One does not defy the laws written by Markende I, Emmanuel. The Coven has chosen you as its leader. You will take your rightful place as King of Varinia, shouts Archduke Ohas. I have always followed every order the Coven has handed me, although this time, I'm afraid they're demanding too much. I never asked to be King of Varinia. It is for this reason I have chosen to renounce my crown and live freely. The philosophical differences between the Coven and me are just too significant. I've turned my back on that which I had sworn to protect. It wasn't a difficult decision. Queen Mireya of Varinia, my passionless mate whom I was forced to bond with, made it simple for me. She and the Archduke kept secrets from me, and they've been questioning my loyalty to high-ranking members of the Coven for centuries. How can they blame me? After they extracted my DNA while I slept, I lost all trust in them. While my daughter, Evangeline, was born out of that betrayal, I still love her very much. She's the only one who understands my plight. Of everything I have seen and learned over the centuries, I know this one truth. The Coven is what's wrong with the world. Subjugating the masses and suppressing passion and love is no way to live. Vampires now rule this world, and with the death of Markende I, I see no reason to continue his proclamations. Therefore, renouncing my status as king is the only choice I have left. Evangeline will understand, for I am doing this for her, for the future of everyone, vampire and human alike.
Prologue. The night was calm, inviting those who elected to frolic in the moonlight while it lasted. The courting moon's presence had passed, uniting 5 new couples to join before it. The warmth of its glow filled those emotionless vampires with something they never thought they'd feel. It was a blessing and a curse. Queen Mireya was there, cracking the whip at anyone who chose to show even the slightest bit of passion under the moon's glorious rays of light. To them, the Coven of Vampires, the courting moon wasn't above love, desire, or togetherness. It was about keeping the vampire heredity bloodlines pure, something Emmanuel Laskar de Font was all too familiar with. For decades, he stood idly by while many vampire lineages were joined against their will. Any signs of rebellion were immediately crushed. As the right hand to the Emperor, Markende I, the one who reigned over all 9 kingdoms, Emmanuel had no choice but to keep up the facade of watching dispassionately over the arranged couplings. With the death of the Emperor, he was proclaimed King of Varinia, a title he woefully accepted out of duty and loyalty. It wasn't until he'd finally had enough, a forced emotional suppression, that he gave up his title as king, enabling Queen Mireya to seize power of the Coven. Now he watched from afar, atop the trees outside of the gates of Varinia, some 20 years after renouncing his throne. With the extracted DNA they'd stolen from him came the birth of his second daughter, Anastasia. While he still had status as the first advisor within the Coven, Queen Mireya restricted his access to her. In his last days, Markende I had ordered Emmanuel to kill his first daughter, Evangeline, for betraying the laws of the Coven. Falling in love was her only crime, and according to Coven law, it was punishable by death. Queen Mireya feared Emmanuel's reckless ideology had caused his first daughter's disloyalty. Thus, she refused to allow it to spread to Anastasia, banning him from ever seeing her. To save Evangeline's life, He ordered her to leave Varinia and never return. It was this day, the same day couplings were joined before the courting moon, that Queen Mireya ordered the death of Evangeline's lover. Emmanuel didn't want his daughter to experience the pain of watching the only man she'd ever loved be burned to ash. Before Evangeline could protest or plead with her father to have Queen Mireya spare her lover's life, Emmanuel had her taken deep into the Shadowlands, after which she would venture beyond the Flatlands to find another kingdom to live in. Queen Goldrose and he shared the same sentiments about the Coven's rules. He knew his daughter would be safe in the kingdom of Prologue. Given how heartless and merciless Queen Mireya was, he knew she would not hesitate to slaughter her own daughter if it was for the good of the Coven. While she was not born of love, Emmanuel still cared for his daughter very much. He could hear her screams, begging him to put an end to this madness, but he knew it was pointless to stop it. Those who joined within the moon's rituals were taken away, where they would be forced to mate in front of the Coven's elites to ensure no emotional attachment would develop between them. "Get her out of here now," Emmanuel shouted as Evangeline was dragged away. He saw in the distance they were about to bring out her lover. He couldn't bear to have her witness it. "Chain him to the pole," bellowed Queen Mireya. "Where is my daughter? Where is Evangeline? They must die together." Everyone looked around, but no one could find her. "Just get on with it," shouted Emmanuel, before he jumped down from the tree branch he had been perched on. All of those in attendance made a pathway for him as he approached the center of the valley, where they had his daughter's lover strapped to the pole. "You have what you want, Mireya. Just get it over with," he scoffed. The Count of Aureus and his mate stood up, snickering to themselves. They couldn't believe their former king had the nerve to take that tone with her. Nevertheless, she yielded to his will and ordered everyone back behind the force field for protection from the sun. The only person who would be exposed was Evangeline's lover. All of Varinia would watch as he was scorched to ash at dawn to reinforce the notion that those who broke Coven law would meet the same fate. Emmanuel's eyes burned as he was forced to watch the reason for his daughter's broken heart. Deep within him, he found solace that at least she would not have to bear the pain of seeing it herself. He could still faintly hear Evangeline's screams from the neutral territory. The cries of a heart shattered, tormented by helplessness. As everyone made their way behind the force field, Emmanuel approached her lover and grabbed hold of his arm. "Where is she? Is she safe? At least tell me that," the man asked with blood in his eyes. "She's safe. I made sure of it," Emmanuel assured him. The man smiled and closed his eyes. "You'll see her again, even if it's not in this lifetime, I promise you." "Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you," he said as dawn approached. Slowly, Emmanuel walked behind the force field, joining everyone else. Screams, deafening, pained screams, echoed across the valley as the sun's rays laid upon the vampire's body. No doubt Evangeline would be able to hear them. Queen Mireya and the Count and Countess of Aureus, as well as the twin brothers Darmoth and Eshma, smiled as the young vampire suffered an excruciating death. Within minutes, he was reduced to ash and fire, a pile of nothingness that used to be Evangeline's lover. Upon seeing the death of this vampire, whose only crime was falling in love with his daughter, Emmanuel had had enough. No one should have to live this way. No one should have to suffer such a fate of displaying affection for someone. As he looked at the crowds of people gathering to see this pointless death, many with smiles, others with looks of shock, he knew what needed to be done. This is what becomes of those who break Coven laws. And this is as it should be, proclaimed the Count of Aureus, much to the delight of his mate and Queen Mireya. The flames died down, and the pile of dust that was left emitted nothing but smoke. Everyone departed to go about their day, as if what they just witnessed was nothing. Disheartening, don't you think? Said the head gate guard, Balthazar. Emmanuel turned to him, trying with all of his bearings to hide his disgust. Disheartening isn't the word I'd use. Perhaps you should have remained king. Things might be different if you had. Emmanuel sneered and gritted his teeth. Nothing would have changed. It all remains the same no matter what. They say the king rules, but in reality, it's those top aristocrats with the Coven who reign over the 9 kingdoms. You're right. However, allowing Mireya to rule will only ensure things get worse. I know one thing, old friend. Not everyone agrees with the Coven's rule. Soon, someone will rebel, and that rebellion will mark the downfall of the Coven's unwavering emotional suppression. In due time, I suppose, said Balthazar. He gave Emmanuel a slight grin and headed back to the front gates. Emmanuel put his head down and walked in the opposite direction, but then Dartmouth and Ashma stopped him. You were out there for a while, Emmanuel. What did you say to him? Said Dartmouth. The Queen and the Count and Countess of Aureus approached him, wondering the same thing. Please, do tell, said Ashma. Emmanuel's right eye twitched as he tried to hold back his anger. I told him to die well. Words of comfort before his meaningless sacrifice, Emmanuel said defiantly. It is for that reason the Coven withholds information from you. If you knew the truth, you would know his death was far from meaningless. It serves as a purpose, as does everything we do. Nothing is without justification. It's a shame your ideology is blinding your logic. I don't know what Markanday I saw in you, said the Countess of Aureus. So you're saying you and your mate feel nothing for each other, Countess? He responded. Queen Mireya came between them. She licked her fangs. The Count and Countess of Aureus were paired because their bloodlines will help in the creation of powerful offsprings. Sex and love are detached, as we all witnessed the day they were joined. It would be wise of you to remember that, she said. Emmanuel bowed his head and took a step back. It was with a heavy heart that he acquiesced to their will, at least for the time being. As you say, my queen. He turned and walked towards the Coven's palace, covering his head with the hood attached to his black robe, and left them there, but was still able to hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I fear that someday he will betray you, my queen, said Dartmouth. He was once my mate and king of Varinia. His loyalty isn't in question. He can be handled. Chapter 1. Cast Out. Emmanuel, in deep thought, sat on a stone just outside of the gates of Varinia. No one disturbed him. No one even dared approach him. He was to be cast out of the Coven's palace this day, for venturing to the 9 kingdoms and spreading his philosophy of acceptance and emotional free will. The moment he'd met the queen of the Academicus kingdom, he'd known this day would come. Far too many nobles there were loyal to the queen. Still, he attempted, risking everything to spread the word. When he returned to Varinia, Dartmouth and his brother had interrogated him relentlessly. He hadn't denied what he'd done. He'd willingly give them the information they asked for. Whatever horrid things they had in mind didn't affect his will to come forth with the truth. Spreading the word was something he'd always known needed to be done, regardless of the consequences. This is what he wanted to become, for the future of his species. The freedom to love and live freely was something he always longed for. Being cast out of Varinia for the sake of that dream was something he was willing to risk. Queen Mireya, Archduke Ogus, and the Countess of Aureus approached him from all sides, holding white cloths and dressed in hooded red robes. "Have you come to kill me?" he said, ready to face his fate. "Get undressed," said Queen Mireya. Everyone else in attendance stood in stillness, waiting to see what Emmanuel would do. "For what reason?" he said. He rose up from the stone. The queen approached him and grabbed his shirt with both hands seductively. "You must be cleansed. The Coven's royal nobility must be purified from you. You gave up your rightful place by my side, and you refused the title of Count. Now here you stand, just as isolate as ever, spreading words that could end everything we've built. We are here to wash you from your royal lineage. You will be cast out of the Coven's palace. We will allow you to live as a viscount in the forest of Varinia. This is your last chance, Emmanuel Laskar de Font. One more infraction and you will be cast out of Varinia as a vagabond. Now get undressed," she said. Emmanuel didn't resist. He lifted his arm so the queen could remove his shirt. The countess took a step towards him, got down on both knees and removed his pants. The archduke ripped off his boxer shorts, exposing Emmanuel's muscled nude body. "I should have taken you by force when I had the chance," said the countess, caressing his firm backside. Shame overcame him as he stood there, exposed to all of Varinia on view screens in every corner of the kingdom. The countess knelt behind Emmanuel and spread his butt cheeks while licking the small of his back. "Yes, I definitely should have taken you," she said, reaching around to grab his cock. "Countess, we are not here for that. Behave yourself," shouted Queen Mireya. The countess released him and backed away in submission. "Someday, I will have what I want. You can give it to me of your own volition, or I can take it by force. The choice is yours," she whispered to him before rejoining the queen and the archduke. The three of them took their white cloths and wiped down his entire body. His pale skin glistened with streams of cloudy liquid. The queen spread his legs and rubbed his inner thighs. Against his will, he became aroused, intensifying the shame smothering his ego. The archduke concentrated solely on his bright red hair, stroking away the nobility in this public ritual. "His cock is mine," said the countess, before kneeling to wipe his genitals. "That area will remain untouched," said the queen. The countess scoffed and stood up. She wanted his virginity for decades, yet the opportunity had never presented itself, until now. With Emmanuel reduced to a viscount, she could have her way with him, whatever way she chose. No longer did he outrank her or her mate. If it were not for the queen's insistent reliance of ritual protocol, the urge was too strong to fight, so she hastily finished the front part of his body and backed away. Her fangs were extended, and the bloodlust in her eyes was not lost on Emmanuel. He'd avoided her for the better part of the ceremony. He knew she would eventually take what she wanted. In his vulnerable position, he also knew those within the Coven who'd been waiting for his fall from grace were licking their fangs in delight. He would not survive long in the forest. If the Countess of Aureus didn't rip him apart in a bloodlust-fueled orgy, then surely the Archduke would have him abducted and tortured the moment he was out of the Queen's sight. He had to develop an exit strategy, soon. They finished cleansing his body and tossed him a black robe. The Countess could not take her glowing eyes off his pulsing manhood, much to the Queen's displeasure. "The both of you may leave now," said Queen Mireya. Emmanuel covered himself with the robe while trying to hide his shame. Being nude may be the way of the vampires, but he chose to live more modestly. Being forced to expose himself to the entire kingdom was something that would haunt him for a while. The queen approached him and pulled him closely, fangs dripping with saliva. Emmanuel Laskar de Font, you are hereby stripped of your position. You are to leave the Coven's palace at once. You will live in the banished lands of Varinia for eternity, for violating Coven rules and threatening our way of life. I decree this to be so. It is my deepest hope that in your solitude, you will contemplate your mistakes and rethink your idiotic ideology of free will and love. Vampires must leave these insignificant human carnations behind. They are things of the past, and will remain there so long as the Coven exists, she proclaimed. 2 guards approached him from behind and placed their hands on his shoulders. There will be no need for that, Emmanuel said. He pulled away. The head gate guard, Baldassar, told them to stand down. I'll take him there myself, with a stone-cold look. The guards retreated while the queen, with eyes locked on Emmanuel, pulled him closer to her. If I harbored any sexual desires, I would have taken you the first night we were paired. Unfortunately, this will never happen. Whatever chance you think you had to see your daughter has vanished. Anastasia will become more than you ever could. Take him, she shouted. She pushed him into Baldassar's arms. Emmanuel stumbled before regaining his footing. You're just as cold as Markanday, heartless, unforgiving, and cruel. Both of my daughters will someday come to find me, and when they do, the Coven and all of its decaying laws will be exposed. They will see you for what you truly are. Really? And what am I? She countered. Immortal, yet dead inside, just like every other Coven member here. Living internally without love, without passion, is a fate worse than death. If Angeline understood this, as will Anastasia, they will grow up to hate you, Mireya. If Angeline is already dead to me, I know you helped her escape. But we will find her, and she will meet the same fate as her lover. I won't need Anastasia's love, only her obedience. Now get this scum out of my sight, she bellowed. Emmanuel shook his head in disgust and followed Baldassar through the gates back into Varinia. Black clouds hovered overhead, and it began to rain. The queen welcomed it, as she did anything melancholy. Fate, she said, holding out her arms as the thick raindrops soaked her. Dartmouth was right after all. This is fate. Chapter 2. Escape. 10 years had passed since Emmanuel had been banished from the palace. In this time, he hadn't seen much of anyone. An eternity of solitude would drive anyone mad, and his time alone was already starting to wear on him. Long ago, he discovered Queen Mireya's order to increase production of human blood, which forced the humans to hand over more people during the offering. He'd never tasted human blood himself, and he felt it was his duty to save as many people as possible. Compassion was a foreign concept to many vampires, but it wasn't lost on him. He, like many other elders in the Coven, had once been human. And while his counterparts elected to leave such sediments behind in their humanity, Emmanuel chose to hold on to them. Regardless of how many centuries passed, he would not allow himself to become one of them. Some shred of humanity would always be with him, no matter the horrors he witnessed in the human processing centers. While in captivity, the only person who came to see him was his friend Baldassar, who visited him now and then with news of what was happening back in civilization. Balthazar had also helped him get into the offering center, where he saved those people who were guilty of no crime. Knowing the humans he rescued couldn't return to Hyman, he helped them set up a life of seclusion in the Shadowlands. Doing so helped him cope with the torment of never being able to see his daughters. Somehow, it made him feel as if he was righting a wrong the Coven inflicted upon the world. Deep in his heart rang a song of woe for his daughter Evangeline. He hadn't been able to make contact with her since the day he'd heard her screams of heartbreak, the day her lover died, and from the looks of things he'd never be able to. In his mind, the Coven had taken everything from him, and now the time had come to take from them. For an immortal, time passed faster. The years became hours, and decades became days. It seemed like only yesterday he'd been humiliated in front of the entire kingdom. For the last decade, that incident had riddled in his mind. It had only reinforced his motives to bring about the end of the Coven's rule. More than anything, he wanted to see his daughter Anastasia, which motivated him in rebelling against this powerful enemy. It wasn't until Balthazar introduced him to a vampire he knew and trusted that Emmanuel became sure of the rebellion. Nativ Abdel Noor, the chief operations officer for intelligence and tactics for the Coven. Nativ harbored the same sentiments as his former king. Neither understood why the Coven kept its reasons of these laws a secret. The only thing they knew was that the truth had to be revealed. Free will and passion were not emotions that were meant to be repressed. This should be felt and exercised fully, without restrictions. Thus, Nativ agreed to help Emmanuel in his quest to create a new kingdom, a new society where humans and vampires alike could live as they so chose. Many nobles in Varinia wanted a new way of life, yet none of them dared to challenge the Coven's rule, particularly with Queen Mireya at its head. Emmanuel was the only person who had the courage and will to defy. That which had ruled since the age of the vampire came to be. Therefore, this night, Nativ and Balthazar would do the unthinkable, something that if they were caught would cost them their freedom. They would help Emmanuel escape into the Shadowlands, where he could meet those loyal to his cause. He would build strength, calling upon all those who believed as he did within the 9 kingdoms to help in overthrowing this aristocracy. He knew where this road would lead. He knew the risk. Nevertheless, this was something he had to do. Not for his own sake, but for the sake of his offspring. His mind was made up. Nativ would help him escape this night. Emmanuel gathered everything he would need for the journey and bid his isolated home for the last 10 years goodbye. With his bag strapped to his back, he approached Nativ, looking for reassurance that this would work. The night had descended, and it was only a matter of time before the Countess would make her way to his home. She waited a decade for this opportunity, as the Queen had forbid her from making contact with him. She had enough of waiting, and with the Queen and the Countess's mate, the Count of Aureus, busy at the offering center, this was her only chance to take what she sought after. Therefore, she would take what she desired. It was the way of the vampire. If it weren't for Balthazar overhearing her plans to force herself into Emmanuel, he would have been entirely taken off guard. He had no chance but to leave tonight. Her lust influence was far too powerful, and her savagery when it came to sex was well known throughout Varinia. Given the centuries of build-up sexual tension she wanted to unleash upon him, he was convinced he would not survive it. Like a black widow spider, she would devour him during intercourse, little by little, until there was nothing left. That was not how he wanted to meet his end. He and Nativ made their escape out of the protective field through the south end of Varinia. Going through the city to the north exit was far too risky. It would be a long journey, traveling around Varinia to get to the Shadowlands, but the risk of doing so was much less, as opposed to the alternative. "Are you ready for this?" asked Nativ, as they strode across the muddy terrain, passing through thick fog. The protective field was emitting its usual bright red aura as they approached. "I've been ready for the last 10 years, he responded. They held up their hands and walked out through the field. Their goal was to make it to the Shadowlands before dawn. There wasn't any other way to escape. If the sun shined its bright golden rays before they made it there, they would be as good as ash. Fleeing back behind the protective field would find them in the clutches of the Coven, and Nativ's involvement would be exposed. They had to run, fast. Varinia was a vast kingdom, and even at top vampire speed, it would take hours for them to get around. "I can make it on my own, Nativ. You don't have to come with me," said Emmanuel, thinking of Nativ's safety. Nativ smiled and kneeled to tighten the laces on his boots. "You think I'm going to allow you to have all the fun?" he said. Emmanuel smiled back at him and pulled 2 blood bags out of his backpack. "Drink up. You'll need the energy," he said, tossing Nativ one. They each bit down on the mouth guard and drank their fill. They needed their strength if they planned to run all the way to the front of the massive kingdom before daybreak. Emmanuel stretched his legs and tied his long red hair into a knot. "That's a good idea. With your red hair and my blue, we're going to look like a swirl of merging purple through the fog," said Nativ. He tied his hair as well and threw his empty blood bag on the ground. With everything secured, they took a few steps deeper into the fog. Then, using the protective field's radiant glow as a beacon, they took off running into the night, hopeful they'd make it to the Shadowlands in time. Chapter 3. Saving Innocence. The fog had dissipated, and they made it midway to the Shadowlands after having run for hours. They still had plenty of night left, so they decided to take a break and fed on a couple of blood bags before they continued. The moon's glow lit up the night sky for them as they relaxed on the autumn leaves scattered over the muddy ground where they lay. "Think fast!" shouted Emmanuel as he tossed a blood bag to Nativ's head. He stumbled to his feet and caught it in midair. Emmanuel chuckled. "Don't do that," scolded Nativ with a smile. They both started to drink. The wolves in the distance howled at the moon, the only sounds that ravaged the night in the area. "You're an unusual vampire, my king," said Nativ. Emmanuel finished his blood bag and laid back down on the wet, muddy leaves. Fingers intertwined behind his head. "I am no longer your king, Nativ. Please just address me as Emmanuel." Nativ lay beside him in the same position. "You'll always be my king, Emmanuel, regardless of your length of your tenure as king. It was a great time to be alive. Never in the history of Varinia did we have more freedom than under your rule. I understand what you mean. However, if I hadn't forfeit the crown, the Coven would have forced me out regardless. The way they saw it, I was violating Coven rules, and the Archduke wanted me gone. It was always his plan to have Queen Mireya rule. She's the mirror replica of Markanday I. Nativ pulled his knees to his chest to stretch his hamstrings. "I know what you mean. Still, I miss those times. It's a real shame they couldn't last." Emmanuel sat up and looked him in the eyes. "You're right, my friend. Although, while all things must end, there is always a pathway that leads to a new beginning. You remember that." Nativ smiled and gazed at the moon. Their moment of rest was brought to an abrupt end when they heard screaming coming from a few miles inside of Varinia. They realized they were close to the processing center, the place humans were sent to from the offering. "I can smell blood of innocence," said Emmanuel. They approached the force field. Nativ knew what Emmanuel wanted to do, but it was far too of a risk. The Queen and Count of Aureus was there, and chances of being caught were too high. He placed his hands on Emmanuel's shoulders and pulled him back. "We have to get you to the Shadowlands, my king." Emmanuel turned and looked at him. The sympathy in Emmanuel's eyes was not lost on him, yet Nativ tried to focus on the bigger picture. If they found Emmanuel had escaped, Queen Mireya might voluntarily hand him over to the Countess. Emmanuel placed his hands over Nativ and pushed him away. "I can't just let them die," he said. Nativ took him by the arm and spun him around. "We can't do this. We need to get out of here," he pressed. The screams became louder, almost deafening. They heard blades carved through flesh as blood was drained from the humans' bodies. Emmanuel turned to look back into Varinia, but Nativ grabbed both of his shoulders to shake him out of his daze. "I beg you, Emmanuel, we cannot do this." Emmanuel pulled away once again. "You don't understand, Nativ. I'm one of the elders. I wasn't born a vampire like you. I was once human, and no matter how many centuries have passed, I still feel empathy for them. Many of those given to us from Hymen are innocent. I know you can smell it too." Nativ looked down at the ground and shook his head. He knew what Emmanuel was saying was right, but the chances of being caught were too high for his taste. "Are you with me?" asked Emmanuel, extending his hand. Nativ exhaled a long, frustrated breath and agreed to help him. They locked hands and gave each other an uneasy smile. "You first," said Nativ. Emmanuel re-entered the force field, where they came across the barrier that kept vagabonds from entering their kingdom. With Emmanuel's gift of superior strength, he squatted and put both hands under the thick barricade. Nativ looked at him dumbfounded. "I understand your gift is unbound strength, my king, but do you really believe that you can lift this thing yourself?" "I've done it before," he said with a grin. He flexed the muscles in his arms and started to lift. The entire kingdom looked as if it were moving from the outside. "Impossible," shouted Nativ. "Hurry, go," yelled Emmanuel, lifting the barrier just high enough for the both of them to crawl under. Nativ scurried back into Varinia. Emmanuel followed suit, slid on his back under the barrier. He held it steady. With speed, he dropped it and jumped to his feet, joining Nativ in the inside. Varinia was rattled for a moment, yet to such a small degree that no one noticed. Emmanuel walked forward while Nativ followed. The streets were crowded with partygoers, dancers, and the elite of the nobility, all ready to receive new blood to the humans offered to them. Both Nativ and Emmanuel covered their faces and ran to the processing center, bypassing everyone that came across. "I don't know how the hell we're gonna get past the Queen," said Nativ, huffing with every step. "Well, you are the Chief Operations Officer for Intelligence and Tactics. I'm sure you can think of something," Emmanuel responded. The processing center was within view. They slowed down a bit, so as not to draw much attention. The smell of blood was in the air, and it tingled at their thirst. Emmanuel had never tasted human blood, but Nativ was all too familiar with the addictive properties. Having filled their bellies with synthetic blood not too long ago, though, they felt no desire to feed. They hid in the bushes around the building. Just beyond the stairs that led through the front entrance were hundreds of humans, all chained to each other. According to the Treaty of Renounced, this is the way it has to be, Nativ said. The truce between us and the revert states they must give us people through the offering. It's been this way for centuries, Emmanuel. Why must we interfere? Emmanuel looked at him, eyes glowing red. It was never in the part of the treaty for them to hand over innocent people, Nativ. Look at that old man there. What crime could he have committed to warrant his inclusion in the offering? He couldn't give a response. It was strange to him as well, and he had no explanation to offer. The guards managing the formation of humans all had their backs turned, and there was no need for them to be there. The Count of Aureus had the humans all trapped in a dreamlike state of mind control. Every human there believed they were entering the gates of paradise, when in reality they were entering a slaughterhouse. Emmanuel, physically you are the strongest vampire who ever lived, but you are no match for the Count of Aureus. His gifts are too bizarre, even for someone as powerful as you. You have to find a way around him, said Nativ. We'll wait until they've all entered. Once their guard is down, we'll save as many innocent people as we can. Emmanuel lifted his head just above the bushes as the humans entered the building. This is a bad idea, my king. The Count of Aureus waved his hands in the air, wooing the crowd as they were pranced around in their chain bondage, gleefully being led to their deaths. His mate, the Countess, approached him furiously. Emmanuel's jaw dropped when he saw her. If she was there, then she must know he escaped. What's troubling you, Countess? Did you fuck him? Was he not good? Said the Count, with disappointment written all over his face. She snatched one of the humans from the line and bit his neck with the ferociousness of a wild hyena. She sucked him dry within minutes and tossed his lifeless body to the ground. He wasn't even there. He either had escaped or sensed I was coming and hid in the forest someplace, she said, wiping her mouth. The guards removed the chains from the man that lay dead and carried him away. None of them could witness the carnage before them. Don't worry, my dear, you'll get your chance. As soon as the processing is finished, I'll go with you to find him. I told you not to go there without me. I've always wanted to see you be pleasured by another man, Julia. Emmanuel Laskar de Font is a powerful vampire. I'm sure he'll make an excellent plaything for you. I just hope he will survive everything you inflict upon him. Nativ and Emmanuel stayed low and listened to the sadistic plot they were conceiving. Emmanuel winced in disgust, while Nativ tried to hold in his laughter. I can't believe those two, said Emmanuel. Nativ covered his mouth and turned away from his former king to hide the smile plastered across his face. I want to swallow his cock in my throat as far as it can go, and I want you to watch. Of course, my dear, of course. His virginity is mine, she exclaimed. Nativ's face was buried into the ground as he held his stomach to keep from laughing aloud. Emmanuel sat there, shaking his head in pity for the both of them. He was reserving his virginity for the woman he chose to love, and he'd be damned if it be taken from him by force. They're almost finished transferring the humans into the building. We'll make our way in once the entrance is unguarded. Agreed? Hey, Nativ, what is so funny? Said an annoyed Emmanuel. He looked down, and Nativ was rolling on the ground, giggling like a carefree child. Would you stop laughing? We don't have time for this. He took Nativ's hand and pulled him to his knees. I'm sorry. It's just those two. Their obsession to have you is hilarious to me. Yes, indeed, it's so hilarious, mocked Emmanuel. The last of the humans made their way inside, and the armed guards checked around the building to see if any strays had fallen out of formation. Let's go, said Emmanuel. They used their speed to run past the guards and into the building before the door closed. The processing center was vast, with many places to hide and flank. Darmuth and Eshma were on the inside, overseeing the blood extractions and picking off those who were too weak to survive initial testing. Count and Countess of Aureus, I see everything is in order on your end. You shall take it from here, said Darmuth. Know your place, Darmuth. We will relieve ourselves when we see fit, exclaimed the Count. The hierarchy within the Coven was widely known, and even the slightest bit of disrespect to a noble meant severe punishment. The Countess smiled an elitist grin as her mate exerted his authority over Darmuth. Nativ and Emmanuel hid in the opposite sides of the doorway, listening to them wield their nonsensical superiority as they always did. Of course, my lord, please forgive me, said Darmuth. His brother opened the door to the extraction chamber and approached the nobles with caution. The Countess sneered at him as he bowed in submission. "Would you like me to oversee the extraction process, my lady?" said Eshma. "Of course not, you blithering buffoon. My mate and I have much more pressing events to attend to," she snapped at him. The Count smiled at his mate and took her hand. "You may carry on, simpleton. The Queen will be here later tonight to monitor the transitioning," he said. The brothers bowed as the Count and his mate left. Nativ and Emmanuel looked further into the building, while the humans were in a small waiting area where they would be processed in the coming days. They would receive an abundance of food rich in fiber and iron to ensure their blood was sweet and pure for consumption. Dartmouth and Eshma sneered as they locked the front doors. "Noble scum," roared Eshma. The brothers proceeded back into the extraction chamber and closed the door behind them. Nativ sighed in relief and walked out into the open, followed by Emmanuel. "There isn't a shadow and doubt in my mind that those two went to the forest to find you. We have to make this quick," whispered Nativ. They ran over to the waiting chamber. 2 guards walked out in front of them, armed with UV guns. "Oh shit," Emmanuel muttered to himself. "Nativ Abdel Noor, what are you doing here? And why is the disgraced ex-king of our lands with you?" said one of the guards. He placed his finger on the trigger of his weapon. Nativ and Emmanuel looked at each other, eyes wide. Emmanuel backed away as Nativ took a step closer to the guards. "Well, it's a really funny story. You see, we were just," he said before smacking the gun out of the guard's hands and punching him into the air. The other guard pointed his weapon at Nativ and fired. Emmanuel snatched Nativ by the arm and moved him out of the way before the ray could make contact with his body. "Sound the alarm," the bruised guard said. "Crap, this is not how this was supposed to have played out," Emmanuel shouted. Nativ took the UV gun on the ground and pointed it at the guards. The 4 of them were in a standstill, with each party drawn down on the other. No one dared to move. "This is all just a misunderstanding," Nativ said, laughing. "A misunderstanding? If that's so, then why in the hell did you punch me in the face?" "This is a training exercise. In actuality, I'm a little disappointed you allowed me to get close enough to punch you. You should have been able to avoid my strike. Have you forgotten I'm the COO of Intelligence and Tactics? Testing you is part of my job," said Nativ. The guard wiped blood from his lips and stood behind his companion. "Then explain why Emmanuel Laskar de Font is with you," he pressed. Nativ looked at Emmanuel and chuckled. "Did you not hear what the Count of Aureus and his mate were discussing outside?" "Yes." "Then you should know why he's here. I'm trying to keep him from being raped. We're hiding out here until our queen summons them for the bloodletting." "So how about you lower your weapon? This training exercise is over," commanded Nativ. The guards gazed at each other and hesitated. They didn't know if he was being truthful, or if this was some form of deception to conceal the treasonous act. "Did you not understand what I just said, soldier? Put down your weapon," shouted Nativ. In a show of faith, Nativ threw his weapon to the ground and stared daggers at the guards, waiting for them to do the same. Slowly, they lowered the UV gun. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Can't believe they bought that," Nativ thought to himself. "You had us worried for a moment, Chief Nativ," said the guard, holding his jaw. "For the love of God, do not call me Chief Nativ," he growled. The other guard picked up the weapon Nativ had thrown to the ground and slung it over his shoulder. "You know that really hurt," said the guard, still nursing his jaw. "Don't be such a weakling. It's unbecoming of the Varinian protectors. You'll heal soon anyway. Why don't you both go outside and get some fresh air? Better yet, go and join Dartmouth and his brother in the extraction room. Emmanuel and I are going to hang out here until the Queen arrives. Perhaps even help ourselves to a drink of human blood while we wait." The guards did as they were told and headed to the extraction chamber doors. Emmanuel stood there, stunned, unable to believe they had bought that. "Gullible much?" Nativ muttered under his breath. The doors closed behind them. Emmanuel pulled a long pipe of steel from the walls and sealed the doors shut with it, twisting the pipe into a knot around the latches. Having trapped the guards in the extraction room, they no longer feared any unwanted guest. Nevertheless, they had to hurry before the Queen arrived. Emmanuel ripped the doors of the human waiting area off their hinges, frightening the lot of them. All the humans inside cowered to the very back in terror. With Emmanuel's bright red hair, muscular build, and eyes transitioned from red to a glowing green, he didn't realize how intimidating he looked. He breathed in the air, smelling which of those were innocent and which deserved to be there. Nativ kept a lookout by the entrance to warn him if anyone approached. "What do you want from us?" said an old man shaking in horror in the corner of the room. Emmanuel smiled and approached him, extending his hand in a goodwill gesture. "You, I want you," he said. The old man flinched and retreated until his back pressed against the wall. "Please, just make it quick," he said. Emmanuel took the man's hands and pulled him close with a friendly smile. "I'm not going to hurt you. I'm here to save you," he said. "Save me?" the man shuddered. "Go wait outside if you wish to live," Emmanuel commanded. He pointed to the door. The old man took baby steps and crept around Emmanuel until he was out of grabbing range. As soon as he was at a safe distance, he took off running until Nativ blocked his path. "Unless you want every vampire in this area to take turns drinking you dry, I suggest you wait here," he said. Within a few minutes, Emmanuel emerged from the room with 20 more humans, all just as fearful as the old man. Nativ rounded them up, while Emmanuel placed the doors back on their hinges and closed them. They all went outside and into the bushes. Nativ took the chains they had on before and placed them on the humans they'd chosen. "What are you doing? You said you were going to save us," shouted the old man. "Shh, be quiet for hell's sake," Nativ retorted. Emmanuel joined them outside and led them just beyond the bushes into the darkness. The light from the city was in plain view, as were many drunken vampires wandering the streets, looking for a good time. "Don't take the chains personally. We have to give the impression that you're prisoners, at least until we make it out of Varinia," whispered Emmanuel. Still confused, the humans complied and allowed Nativ to chain their wrist. Emmanuel pulled the old man to the side and placed him in front of the formation. "I'd like you to lead the way. You're the eldest, so it shouldn't be much of a challenge for you," he said. The man looked at him uneasy, wondering if he could be trusted. "Why are you saving us? Why not save everyone? Why just us?" the man inquired. Emmanuel smiled. "You're all innocent. You don't deserve to be amongst those criminals. The offering was meant for murderers and the worst of humankind from your home in Hyman. It wasn't meant for innocents, regardless of how much blood the Coven requires of your leaders." "Thank you," the man cried. "Now, mister, what's your name?" asked Emmanuel. "Masego Omalara," he responded. "I'm Viscount Emmanuel Laskar de Font. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Please, lead the way." With newfound hope, Masego found Nativ in the formation, back the way they'd come. They walked briskly and avoided the major populated areas, keeping to the back alleys. It was only a matter of time before those guards and the twins would find they'd been locked in the extraction chamber. The Count and his mate must have already discovered Emmanuel was no longer at his home as well. The sooner they got out of Varinia, the better. Emmanuel joined Nativ at the front of the formation, as confident as ever. "Told you it would work," he bragged. "Yes, you were right, my king. It did work. The only question now is, where are these people going to go? They can't go back to their homeland," Nativ pointed out. Still confident, he gazed at the crowd of humans and smiled. "We're taking them with us to the Shadowlands. I have everything already arranged. You'll see when we get there tonight. Tonight is the night the Alliance Sanctuary will be born." "The Alliance? What?" asked Nativ. All will be explained in due time, old friend. Just trust me and I will do the same." Nativ nodded and moved forward. They had only just a couple of hours left until dawn came, so they had to hurry. All of Emmanuel's plans depended entirely on them getting to the Shadowlands. With this group of humans, he was confident in what he was going to do. Before long, there would be a descent within the human cities of Hymen, which would fuel the opposition to Coven rule. Soon, he hoped, the tyranny of the Coven would fall. Chapter 4: Creation of the New. It wasn't long before the Queen went to Emmanuel's estate and caught the Count of Aureus and his mate the day of the bloodletting. She knew their intentions for being there, something the Countess promised she would never do. As a result, she granted Emmanuel his own lands, the amount any viscount would be given. The Countess was forbidden for ever making contact with him again. The Count would be confined to the Coven's estate for 20 years, far away from his mate. Queen Mireya believed the Count and Countess of Aureus were the ones who sealed the guards, along with Darmoth and his brother, inside the extraction chamber so they could look for Emmanuel unimpeded. No matter the protest or argument, she was convinced that it had been them. When Emmanuel returned to Varinia after leading those humans he deemed innocent into the Shadowlands, a gleeful Balthazar greeted him at the gate. The Queen believed he had escaped, evading the Countess, and as a result, he was wholly forgiven for leaving the confines of his domain. Emmanuel couldn't believe it, nor could Nativ. The Countess's bloodlust had provided them the perfect cover for rebellion. While Emmanuel did not intend to go back to Varinia, word from Balthazar convinced him otherwise. With his new lands and newfound freedom, he would be able to persuade many vampires to his cause and save those who were innocent from the offering. In the Shadowlands, he'd laid the groundwork for the kingdom that would become the sanctuary for those looking to live free of Coven rules. Queen Mireya granted him much leeway, allowing him to come and go as he pleased, not for the sake of amnesty, but so he could protect himself if the Countess ever tried to come on to him again. The Countess of Aureus had a lust for him that was insatiable, something the Queen knew all too well. To keep from instigating confrontation within the nobility, she allowed Emmanuel to help himself by giving him more freedom. Even though she ordered the Countess to stay away from him, she knew that commands could not slay a vampire's desire. Emmanuel was on his own. Since that time, he developed a system of invasion that allowed him to keep a reasonable distance from her. He spent most of his time in the Shadowlands, organizing, strategizing, and gathering followers from both Hymen and Varinia. He dared not to venture into the Flatlands to seek visionaries and supporters from the other 9 kingdoms. Queen Mireya's warning was ambiguous. If he left the Varinia realm, he would be cast out as a vagabond, all his lands and titles stripped. For him, that would be a lonely existence, and it was something he didn't want to have to endure. So, for now, he played by their rules, at least until his followers became strong enough to challenge the Coven head-on. 20 years had passed since he freed Masego and the other humans from the slaughter. In that time, he traveled many times to and from the processing center, where he freed more innocent people. Along those liberated, many decided to join his cause, living in the Shadowlands, hidden from the rest of known civilization. Emmanuel was their savior, and many came to see him as their ruler. The humans who chose to stay by his side began to clear the forest they claimed as their home, so they could build a place to call their own. While many vampires believed as Emmanuel did, most did not choose to live among the humans in the Shadowlands. Only a small few decided to help with the construction of a home where they would be free to live as they saw fit. Natif provided them with much-needed intelligence on the whereabouts of the Queen and the Varinian protectors whenever Emmanuel set out to free humans from the offering. He'd done his job well, concealing his involvement with Emmanuel for the last 20 years. The Coven didn't suspect a thing, and every one of those humans lived out their lives peacefully in the Shadowlands. The only things they had to worry about was the dagger wolves. However, Emmanuel supplied the beasts with Kalkany birds, which kept them at bay. The Coven used these birds to sweeten their blood wine, and as a result, they were in danger of becoming extinct. What Emmanuel could take from the Coven he did, which was enough to satisfy the dagger wolves. His dream was being realized, and it was only a matter of time before his vision of freedom from Coven rule would materialize. All he required was time, and the will to see it through. However, he would need to help more than just those humans he had freed from the offering if he truly wanted to build a kingdom of tolerance and free will. After 20 years of walking into the shadows of the noble elite and pretending to be the good ex-king, former idealist they believed him to be, he knew the time to expand was near. With all the humans living in the Shadowlands, they needed a place to call permanent, a place to call their own. It was essential for him to get the help of vampires willing to leave their luxurious homes in Varinia and set out to build a new kingdom in his image, a place where they could all live freely, a place of sovereignty, of independence. Somewhere the Coven would never find them. The Alliance Sanctuary would call this place Dragoius, built from the fire of determination in their blood, where human and vampire would live together as they did before the Coven had created Law 001, forbidding human and vampire fraternization. It was all Emmanuel had ever wanted, as he believed the only way to peace was through unification, not separation. He would not live to see another culling, nor would he allow the Coven to initiate one. He would take every human out of Hymen if it came to it. Soon, Emmanuel would be faced with a choice: convince the Coven to see reason, or start a war. Bloodshed was the last thing he wanted. Nevertheless, if that were what it came down to, then he would fight. Chapter 5. Transformed. The offering was on all channels, and those in the Shadowlands paid close attention to whom the Council of Hymen would choose to give to the Coven. Just as the last 6 times in 20 years, the Coven demanded more blood, forcing the Council to make up the difference by sending innocents to their deaths. "If only I had the power to do something about this," shouted Masego. All the other humans had their eyes glued to the holographic screens as the collectors from Varinia strolled into Hymen and took with them over 100 humans in chains. "Are you going to save them as you saved us?" asked a child who had fled Hymen with his siblings after a vagabond vampire killed his parents some years ago. Because of their orphan status, they had no choice but to steal food to survive. The offering was punishment for thief, no matter the reason or how young the perpetrators were. Luckily for the 3 children, Emmanuel had been there to save them. He looked down at the child and rubbed his hand through the little boy's hair. "I'll give it my best," he said. Masego began to cough, trying to conceal the blood coming from his mouth. He'd already been an old man when Emmanuel and Nativ saved him, and it seemed like time was finally catching up to him. He got up from his seat and went to the back of the room. His hands and legs were shaking, and he was barely able to walk straight. "Are you all right, old friend?" said Emmanuel, placing his hand on Masego's shoulder. He turned around, looked Emmanuel in the eyes, and smiled. We both know what's happening. I'm nearing the end of my life. All humans perish eventually. I'm not sure how long I have left, so I'll tell you before it's too late. Thank you for this wonderful life. Thank you 1,000,000 times for saving me, and I truly thank you for showing me a way of living I never knew could exist. Masego collapsed in his arms, and the both of them fell to the floor. Everyone in the room turned to look at them. "Masego!" shouted the child, running to their side. "It's all right. Death comes, as does new life. With my passing, make sure you live your life to the fullest, my child." "You promise me," said Masego, taking the boy's hand in his. Tears streamed from the boy's eyes. "You don't need to see this," Emmanuel said. Still, the boy would not let go of Masego's hand. He was the only father figure the boy had ever known. Someone from the crowd that formed around them took the boy by the shoulders and pulled him away. "I'll take care of him, everyone. Please, don't worry," said Emmanuel. He carried Masego toward the wooded area outside. They walked out of the building, just as everyone turned their attention back to the holographic screens to view the rest of the offering, except the child and his 2 little brothers. They stood there, gazing at the door that had just shut in front of them. "Emmanuel, please bury me here in the Shadowlands. This is the only place I've ever known true peace. Just make sure no daggerwolf digs me up. You bury me deep to ensure they don't," Masego said, coughing furiously. "How would you like your revenge?" asked Emmanuel. "Revenge?" Masego said, puzzled. "You said you wish you had the power to do something about the council sending innocent people to the offering. Would you like the power to do so? Wouldn't you like to seek revenge against the people who came to you in the night, black-bagged you, and put you in chains?" "What are you saying?" "I'm offering you immortality, the power to change things. You can die peacefully in those woods, hoping I'm successful in my goal, or you can stand by me and help me achieve my goal, our goal." "You would turn me into a vampire?" "Only if you so choose. Make your choice, old friend. Whatever you decide on, I will honor it." Masego curled in Emmanuel's arms. He could feel the cold hands of death gripping his body, choking the life from him, slowly, painfully. He didn't know what to do. The only thing he was sure of was that death was imminent. Emmanuel laid him on the ground and started to clear an area where Masego would be buried. "I'm too old to be a vampire," proclaimed Masego, shivering. "You may look old, but you will have the strength of a young man in his prime for eternity. You will be born anew. No pressure. I just implore you to make your choice soon. You don't have much time left." Liquid began to fill Masego's lungs, and with every cough came a spurt of blood. Could I be a fang-tooth immortal? Could I drink blood? Could I become what I hate so much? Do I want to live forever? Masego said to himself. Emmanuel kneeled before him and took his hand. "You're passing, my friend. I only present this choice to you because, well, I need your help. We need each other's help. The Coven is far too powerful and influential for me to stand up to it alone. I require humans and vampires on my side. I'm offering you a reprieve from death, and in return, you can aid me in achieving something we both want. Will you continue to fight for the cause as an immortal?" Masego had known this would come. He'd known all along the reason for the choice, and he would be more than happy to help his savior in their mission to defeating the Coven. Nevertheless, the prospect of becoming a vampire weighed too much on his frail, innocent soul. He could barely keep his eyes open, and the air in his lungs was being forced out by blood. Emmanuel ran his hand through Masego's hair. Masego closed his eyes and took one last deep breath. "I submit to you. I will become a vampire, if only to see our vision become a reality, he said, teary-eyed. Emmanuel bit into his own wrist and allowed the blood to drip down his arm. Drink, Masego, drink, and see the world with new eyes. He placed his wrist over Masego's mouth, with the last snippet of strength in his weary arms. Masego took Emmanuel's wrist and allowed his essence to drip into his mouth. It won't hurt. Your body will not die. You will simply be transformed, reborn. As the blood ran down Masego's throat, he felt the tingling of pins all over his body. Goosebumps engulfed his skin. He threw Emmanuel's hand away. Every fiber of his being exploded in ecstasy, and the glow streaming from his peripheral vision showed him the swirl of red and gray in his eyes. Yes, Masego. Allow the blood to flow through you. Allow the change to happen. Do not fight it. Masego bellowed in bliss as his hair and skin changed. His canines grew into fangs, and his fingernails extended into sharp points. The wind around his body levitated him as he stretched his limbs wide, welcoming the transformation. It was orgasmic. He was reborn with new senses, new meaning, and a new purpose. The wind beneath him withdrew, slowly lowering him back into the ground. Emmanuel stood over him, smiling. You need not fear death ever again. He held out his hand. Masego sat up and took Emmanuel's hand, lifting himself to his feet. The sounds of the forest surrounded him. He could see everything, feel everything. He sensed the grasshoppers leaping from one blade of grass to another. He could smell the stench of the dagger wolves from miles away. His eyes radiated a burning red as the overwhelming desire to feed overcame him. He smelled the blood from everyone inside the building, watching the offering. As with all new vampires who returned, the need to feed became his main priority. Emmanuel immediately proceeded into the building to retrieve a backpack where he kept his blood bags. He locked the door behind him so that Masego could not enter. In a flash, he came back outside where Masego was huddled by a tree, trying to fight the urge to consume human blood. I apologize. I should have had this with me before you fully transformed. He held out the blood bag, yet the newly formed vampire hesitated. I don't know if I can do this, he said, hands shaking with the pain of hunger he'd never known. You must feed, otherwise you'll attack humans. You don't want to end up feeding on the people you've grown to love, said Emmanuel, extending the blood bag to him again. Masego took it and placed the mouth guard to his lips. Just bite down and drink. You'll feel much better after you do. Gradually, he opened his mouth, and his fangs penetrated the guard, allowing the blood to ooze into his mouth. One taste refreshed him to completeness. Furiously, he sucked the bag dry in under a minute. Emmanuel handed him a second blood bag, which he snatched from him hastily and drank dry just as quickly. You feel better? Asked Emmanuel. Masego's fangs retracted, and he took a deep breath. Invigorating, absolutely invigorating, he shouted proudly. The smell of human blood no longer appealed to him. His hunger was fully satisfied. Don't think of this gift as darkness. Think of it as life. You now have eternal life. You can survive without ever having to kill. I will teach you the ways of the vampire, said Emmanuel, eyes glistening with admiration. With this gift of life you've bestowed upon me, I will seek revenge. The first being Belathan Cummings. He will pay for what he did to me and so many others, Masego said, eyes glowing with fury. And how will you seek revenge? Asked Emmanuel. Masego smirked and turned to face the darkness of the forest. Through death, he proclaimed. His anger over what had happened to him was consuming his better judgment. Emmanuel placed his hand on his friend's shoulder. I know what you're feeling, Masego. With your transformation comes increased emotional desire and passion. Everything you felt as a human is multiplied 1,000 times over now that you're a vampire. For a new vampire, these sensations are even harder to control. Allow me to show you how to discipline yourself so these emotions don't take you over completely. Then, you can decide whether or not to take revenge. But you told me I could. I know, my friend. However, what you suggest would put us all at risk. If you killed the monarch of Hymen, the Coven and the Council would suspect a vagabond. The search for said vagabond would be endless, and they'd ultimately end up finding everyone here. A disappointed expression filled Masego's glowing red eyes. More than anything, he wanted to make Blathan Cummings pay, but he knew Emmanuel had a point. Going after him now would put everyone hiding in the Shadowlands in danger. After everything they endured, being hunted by the Coven was the last thing he wanted. Breathing a sigh, he put his head down and turned to Emmanuel. I'm not too fond of killing, Masego. We mustn't forget who our true adversaries are. While I can't possibly understand how you felt all these years, I do know your former monarch only acted on the will of the Coven. What they demand, the monarch must give. If we put an end to the Coven, then we will also put an end to the offering. His words were comforting to Masego. However, Emmanuel didn't know the full truth or the nature of the Cummings family. Thus, his vow of revenge would stay in play. For now, he would wait it out until the opportunity was in clear focus. Until then, he would learn the ways of the vampire, learn to control his enhanced emotions, as well as his thirst. He took Emmanuel's hand, and they both walked deeper into the forest. Come, my friend, let me show you how to see through vampire eyes. Chapter 6. The Meeting. After much talk and some persuasion, Emmanuel convinced a few vampires to leave their lives in Varinia and settle in the Shadowlands. Construction of the palace that would house the members of their group was underway. The humans there were hard workers, but they paled in comparison to the feat of the vampire ingenuity. With gatherers and idealists from Varinia and a couple of vagabonds Native had recruited along the way, construction had picked up substantially in the recent months. Masego learned to control his emotions with the help of Emmanuel's various meditation techniques. Emmanuel, having centuries of practice under his belt, found it easy to instruct Masego in the ways of honoring the eccentric passion that came with being a vampire. Most of the humans had been shocked when Masego returned with fangs protruding from his mouth, yet they understood the reasoning. Death was an unanswered question since the fall of modern belief systems and religion during the 23rd century. And with the birth of immortal vampires, there was no need to look beyond the world around them. Death had become an ancient concept, until some vampires began to revert to their human state. Now, many humans in the Shadowlands sought a resolution to their own mortality. Becoming vampires was out of the question for many, but for some, including the 3 boys whom Masego had looked after ever since they'd been brought to the Shadowlands, it was an option. No human could stand up to the ruthlessness of the Coven, no matter what weapons or strategy they could conceive. So at their request, Emmanuel transformed those who wished to be turned. Native and Boldazar made their way up to the construction of the palace. They knew they didn't have long due to Boldazar being the primary gatekeeper of Varinia. Native just wanted to show his companion what they'd been building for the last 20 years. All the homes, buildings, farmlands, and roads they'd been constructing were complete. The only thing left was the palace. With the help of the vagabonds willing to fight for his cause, the palace was nearly finished. The courting moon was only months away, and Emmanuel wanted to have his palace completed before then. Gathering the materials and avoiding the dagger wolves was the biggest challenge in their efforts of creating a place they could call home. It had been said that if two people entered the light of the courting moon with love for each other in their hearts, their DNA would develop a biochemical bond, fusing them together. For that reason, Queen Mireya ensured those deemed to be mated were without passion and void of feeling. It had long been held, according to Coven Law 012, that no human or vampire shall enter the courting moon with passion for their mate. This law was established by Markanday I on the day he realized the power of the courting moon had over people in love. Nothing could break the bond once it was created, and separation of a couple, once they had been bonded, would result in a slow, painful death. To enter the courting moon without love and passion merely established the two as mates, so that vampire conception would be more likely to occur. For humans, it was routine, however. Many of the humans with Emmanuel in the Shadowlands had paired off. Some had children of their own. Emmanuel wanted to further their bonds by sanctifying them before the courting moon, something he believed to be its true purpose, not the one the Coven had deemed it to be. "Getting ready for something special?" said Nativ. "Oh, you're here," Emmanuel said, surprised, covered in soot and sawdust. He, along with many vampires from Varinia, wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty when it came to the construction of their new home. Emmanuel dusted himself off and extended his right hand to Nativ and Balthazar. Nativ tossed Emmanuel's hand away, took hold of him and hugged him tightly. "I haven't seen you in 3 years. You think a simple handshake would suffice?" he said, chuckling. Their blue and red hair gusted in the wind, covering their faces. "Okay, I think this hug has lasted long enough," said Balthazar with a hint of jealousy. The both of them roared with laughter. Nativ grabbed Balthazar and pulled him in for a group hug. "Don't be that way," he said. They released their embrace, and Balthazar looked around, stunned. He couldn't believe there was an entire community of humans and vampires living there among the dagger wolves and lawless vagabonds. "This is amazing what you've built, King Emmanuel," said Balthazar. He paced back and forth to get a view of everything. "You know I'm no longer your king. I haven't been in decades." Emmanuel rebuked. "You'll always be my king," Balthazar said. "I see you and Nativ must be hanging around each other a little too much. Just call me Emmanuel, will you?" he said with a slight smile. They both nodded. "By the way, do the humans here know that you once ruled Varinia?" asked Nativ. "No, and to tell you the truth, I don't think they need to know. How about we go inside the hut for some Kalkany-sweetened blood tea?" he suggested. Masego appeared behind them with a change of shirt for Emmanuel. "Here, I'll take the shirt that you have on. You've been working for 3 days straight without sleeping or feeding. Take a rest," he said. Nativ looked at Masego in shock. He'd been an old man the last time they met, and after 20 years, Nativ had thought he would have passed away by now. With his eyes began to radiate a strange glow. Nativ's shock intensified. "You? Did you? Emmanuel?" "Yes, I made him a vampire. He was dying and I gave him a choice. He chose life over death." Emmanuel took off his shirt and tossed it to Masego. "Many people here have chosen to be vampires. I never forced any of them against their will. I know the dangers we'll be facing going up against the Coven, Nativ." Masego gave Emmanuel the clean shirt and went into the hut to prepare their drinks. "You've been here a long time, Emmanuel. You can't forget to keep up appearances in Varinia. Someone may get suspicious and follow you out here. The last thing you want to happen," said Balthazar. Emmanuel smiled as he opened the door to the hut where everyone took breaks and shifts from all the construction. Your tea from all the construction. Your tea? Said a beautiful young vampiress with long yellow hair and golden eyes. Immediately, Nativ recognized her. They'd been torn apart decades before, as the queen noticed a connection between them developing. He couldn't believe his eyes as she stood there in all her blinding beauty. "Cynthia, what are you doing here?" Nativ said, shocked. "Thank you," said Emmanuel. He took his tea and set it on a nearby table. "She came here of her own free will. I never mentioned this place to her. She followed me here a few years ago when I was saving people from the processing center." Baldassar sipped his tea, as did Emmanuel and Masego. Cynthia washed her hands and sat at the table with them. "Don't be so surprised, Nativ. Where do you think I've been all this time? I sure as hell wasn't gallivanting around the Coven's palace like some people I know." Nativ put his tea down and wrapped his arms around her chest, pulling her close. "You could have told me where you were. The Queen has been asking about you, and that is precisely why I left. She wanted me to be mated with some oaf that looked and smelled like human shit. There was no way in hell I was going through with that." The three of them burst out laughing as she sat there, dead serious. "It's not funny. He looked like a humanoid dagger wolf, the disgusting bastard." They chuckled even harder when they realized she was referring to Argus, cousin of the Count of Academicus. "Argus isn't that bad," said Baldassar. She rolled her eyes as she continued to laugh. "I will pour this hot tea all over the three of you," she said. Nativ wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes and placed his other hand on her shoulder. "I'm sure with enough soap and water he'd make a perfect mate," he joked, much to her dismay. She took her cup of tea and poured it onto Nativ's head. It did not deter his laughter. However, it only served to intensify it. "Oh, come on, Cynthia, don't be so serious. You're safe here now, so you don't have to worry about being mated with him. I'm sure the Queen will find other poor souls to couple with him," said Baldassar. "Fine. Now if you all are finished laughing at me, how about we discuss why you two decided to visit? We came here to warn you, Emmanuel. The Countess of Aureus has become obsessed with you. She's grown wise to your evasion, and she asked me to notify her the second you step foot back into Varinia. She's going to take you for herself one way or another," said Baldassar. Emmanuel's forehead wrinkled, and he placed his cup on the table. "What of the Queen's order?" "She cares not for orders. You know as well as I do, when a vampire sets her sights on a male, it is almost impossible to stop her from taking what she desires. She's willing to risk it all for one night with you. To tell you the truth, I think she means to kill you, Emmanuel. When you and I first came to the Shadowlands, and she was searching the forest of Varinia to find you, and couldn't, well, let's just say she vowed to have you no matter what. She's just as sadistic as her mate is, like a mantis. She wishes to devour you alive in a bloodlust marathon of sex and savagery. It's all that she talks about," said Nativ. A worried look fell upon Emmanuel's eyes. It had become clear to him the Countess would never give up. "I thought the Queen had her under lock and key. That's why I've been telling you to spend more time in Varinia, so you'll know what's going on. She allowed the Countess and her mate free from the confines of the palace 6 months ago. The Countess has been searching for you rigorously ever since." Cynthia moved over to Emmanuel and put her hand on his knee. "Don't worry about it. You're safe here now," she said, mirroring what Baldassar had just said to her a moment ago. "Are you mocking my situation?" Emmanuel gave her a side eye. "You mean the way you and your buddies mocked mine? Of course not. I would never do such a thing." She smiled and went back over to Nativ. Masego finished his tea and headed back outside to complete the soldering and electrical writing within the palace. "Don't forget this," Emmanuel said, tossing him a blood bag filled with Kalkani blood. Balthazar stood up and closed the door to the hut so the three of them could talk alone. Emmanuel took his shoes off to massage his feet. He'd been working all day without any rest, just as Masego had said. "There's something else," said Nativ. His face turned serious. "Good or bad?" asked Emmanuel. "Bad. Really bad." "Well, what is it?" "The Archduke sent Varinian protectors to each of the 9 kingdoms to search for your daughter, Evangeline. They vowed to make her pay for her crimes." "Shit! Why can't they leave her be? After all these decades, they still pursue her?" Emmanuel jumped to his feet and paced back and forth. "I'm afraid so, my king. They don't want romantic love to propagate. They believe once love has touched someone's heart, it will spread like a virus. You among everyone else know Coven law better than anyone. You know they wouldn't just let this go," said Nativ. Emmanuel settled himself and retook his seat. "How long have they been searching?" "The last couple months," said Balthazar. Emmanuel sat back in his chair and exhaled in relief. If it had been months, then he had nothing to worry about. Queen Gold Rose had assured him that his daughter would be safe in her kingdom, and if they hadn't found her by now, then they never would. "Then she's safe," he uttered before standing up to pour himself more tea. The calm look in his eyes was different from the worry that had consumed him only a moment ago. Nativ and Balthazar didn't ask for an explanation, merely nodded in agreement. If Emmanuel said she was safe, then she was safe. "So, when will you be returning to Varinia? You don't want Mireya to grow any more suspicious," said Nativ. "Next week. The roof of our palace is almost finished. Once it's done, I'll head back. Maybe Mireya will finally allow me to see Anastasia. It's a shame how I've missed every milestone in her young life. She's grown now. I haven't even laid eyes on her." His face filled with sadness. "She's well taken care of. She wants for naught," consoled Nativ. After finishing their tea, they left the hut. "So are you going to show us this place you're building?" asked Balthazar. "Of course, on one condition. Name it. Don't tell the Countess when I'm coming back to Varinia. I want to avoid her at all cost." Balthazar smiled. "You have my word." Chapter 7. Obsession. The Countess looked upon Emmanuel as he entered the gates of Varinia, with Nativ by his side. The depth of her hunger for him drowned out all logic, and her mouth salivated for him. Her mate, the Count, was at a meeting with the Queen, leaving her to prowl without restriction. "Where have you been, Emmanuel Laskar de Font?" she questioned, licking her fangs. They both stopped in their tracks, overwhelmed with surprise. "I thought you weren't going to tell her I was coming," Emmanuel whispered to Balthazar. "I didn't. She's been sitting here at the gate for a week straight." "You didn't answer my question," she pressed, drawing herself nearer to him. Nativ backed away, leaving Emmanuel to fend for himself. She grabbed his arm and tugged him closer, almost straight into her bosom. Her eyes were like fire, giving him an "I have you now" gaze. "Our queen asked for me. You wouldn't want to keep her waiting, would you?" he said, trying to pry her off. "Our queen is busy with my mate. They're going to be occupied for a while. However, if you wish to see her now, I'll take you there myself." She dug her claws into his arm and yanked him closer. Emmanuel, with the gift of superior strength, could have quickly thrown her off. Nevertheless, being the gentleman he was, He allowed the Countess to continue her lustful intimidation. "I'd be more than happy to take him, Countess. There's no need to trouble yourself," said Native. She sneered at him and brushed him aside. "Nonsense. I'll take him to the Coven's palace myself. Come, Emmanuel, let's go," she said, and then pulled him along. Emmanuel knew if he went with her, he'd more than likely end up dead. They pulled him along. The crazed look in her eyes struck a dagger of fear into his heart. He pulled his arms from her grasp and took 2 steps back. "I know the way, Countess. There's no need for you to escort me there. Don't make this any more difficult than it has to be, ex-King Laskar de Font." "My lady, allow me to reiterate the Queen's order. You are not allowed to be in contact with Emmanuel under any circumstances. If she sees you with him, you will be in breach of that order," said Bulbasaur. Her eyes burned like lava, and her fangs extended to completion. "I am well aware of what the Queen said, Gatekeeper." "Then please allow Chief Native to escort him to the palace." The other guards came to Bulbasaur's aid. However, they bowed in submission to the Countess out of respect. Native gritted his teeth upon hearing his title spoken. Knowing Bulbasaur was right, the Countess balled her fist and shook with anger. "Very well, Native. See to it that he gets there promptly," she fumed. It felt as if the weight of 1,000 stones had been lifted from Emmanuel's chest. The beads of sweat on his forehead fell away. Native escorted him through the gates unimpeded. The Countess took him by the arm and pulled him closer before he could walk past her completely. He looked down at her, hand clenching his forearm and back up to her eyes. "Mind letting me go?" he pressed. She yanked him to her side and set her lips against his ear. "Listen, you may have escaped me for now, but know this, I will have your virginity. I will fuck you within an inch of your life, and when I'm finished, I will drink you dry. Understand?" She tossed his arm away and growled. Emmanuel backed up and looked into her psychotic red eyes. It hadn't hit him until just then. It was at that moment he knew his life was in danger. Saliva dripping down the corner of her mouth as she licked her fangs. He looked at her hands, and they were shaking. Her sadistic desire to kill had taken her over completely. It was true. The rumors surrounding her and her mate were all true. She was a murderous sadist who now had her sights on him and would not stop until her goal was realized. "With all due respect, Countess, this has to stop," said Bulbasaur. She broke her still glazed from Emmanuel and turned to Bulbasaur with a smug expression on her face. "Don't meddle in the affairs of the nobility, Gatekeeper. Who are you to tell me who has to stop? You are to speak when spoken to. You obey my orders, not the other way around," she lashed out. Bulbasaur and the other guards took a knee and bowed their heads. "Yes, I understand, but the Queen gave instructions to silence. This is none of your concern. You guard the gate. That's what you do." "Yes, of course. Please forgive me." She turned back to continue her sadistic gaze on her prey. But it was too late. Native and Emmanuel were already gone. "Now see what you've done?" she bellowed. What had just occurred wasn't lost on her. She drew a 23rd century dragon tanto made of pure silver from her hip and held it within inches of Bulbasaur's neck. "Distract me again, and you'll suffer the same fate as your mother," she threatened. "Yes, Countess." His voice was trembling. She pushed him to the ground and put the blade back into its sheath. "The fucker can't avoid me forever," she whispered to herself. Chapter 8. Accusations in Survival. Do you know why I summoned you? The queen's eyes flared with anger. The Count of Aureus stood by her side. The Count's mate entered the room and closed the door behind her. She joined the Count and Queen Mireya. No, Mireya, I do not, said Emmanuel. You will address her formally. This is a formal hearing, said the Archduke. He had emerged from the shadows of the throne room. The ruling members of the Coven accompanied him and surrounded Emmanuel. Hearing, you say? For what reason is this hearing taking place? Queen Mireya stood from her crowned chair and walked down the bright red carpet. The Archduke and a couple of guards took Emmanuel by the arms, dragged him to a chair before a podium, and forced him to sit. She stood at the podium and donned a black robe. Is anyone going to tell me what this is about? He said. As with all hearings, it is the right of the accused to know the identity of their accuser, said the Archduke. Therefore, as it is written, then so shall it be. Emmanuel Laskar de Font, Countess Julia Lenucia from Aureus, mate of the Count of Aureus, has accused you of helping humans, given to us from the offering, escape into the Shadowlands. All accusations imposed upon a Coven member from another shall be held in this setting with Queen Mireya serving as judge and jury. Our queen shall make the final decision of guilt or innocence once all the evidence and facts have been provided. With the approval of the Coven, the queen shall impose sentencing if guilt is found. Emmanuel stared daggers at the Countess, who had a conniving smile on her face. This bitch, he said under his breath. He didn't know how she found out, but one thing was for sure. If he was cast out of Varinia, it would make him an easy target for her. This had been her plan all along. As you stand accused, Emmanuel Laskar de Font, how do you answer to these charges? Do you deny or accept them? Said the Queen. He knew it was pointless to lie. His former mate had a gift of contact mind thought, and with a single touch of his brow, she'd know everything. He looked down at his feet and released a long breath that lifted his head, and staring directly at her. Yes, my queen. I am guilty of these charges, he said, much to the Coven's astonishment. Members of the Coven whispered amongst themselves, wondering why he would do such a thing. Queen Mireya knocked her knuckles on the podium. So you're the reason Darmuth and Eshma haven't been able to balance the books. How long have you been doing this? Asked the Archduke. A little over 2 decades. 2 decades? Would you mind explaining to the members of the Coven and to your queen why you've been stealing humans and leading them into the Shadowlands? Scolded the Archduke. They all looked at him curiously, and the Countess's smile became obvious. I was thirsty, Emmanuel proclaimed. Thirsty? The Queen asked. Yes. I grew bored of drinking human blood from our elegant glasses in privileged, high-class palaces and parties. I wanted to know what it felt like to hunt, to kill. I took humans from the processing center and led them to the Shadowlands under the belief they would be set free. However, once I got them out there, I released my inner hunger and hunted them down one by one, drinking them dry. I truly meant the Coven no harm, nor did I mean to screw up the books. He was hoping the Coven wouldn't see through his deception. The members' faces turned from confusion to understanding. Each one of them knew where he was coming from. The Queen stepped down from her podium and approached him. You stole humans so that you could hunt them like a wild animal? I'm amazed. I didn't think you had it in you. Her eyes turned from red to gold with delight. We've known each other for centuries, yet you still don't know the darkest desires that dwell within me, he said, knowing his bloodlust would blind her from seeing through his lies. I'd like to get to know more about these dark urges you have, Emmanuel. It's a shame you didn't release them when we were mated. She grabbed his shirt and pulled him close. Then get to know them, he lured. He took a handful of her hair and pulled it back, revealing her neck. "You're arousing me. No one has ever been able to do that. Where was the sight of you a century ago?" She grabbed a hold of his belt and yanked on his buckle. The Countess gritted her teeth as her eyes flared with rage. She knew he was lying. She understood what he was doing, putting on an act to distract the Queen from his true intentions. This was not the Emmanuel she knew. Does violence and savagery turn you on, or is it the pain that turns you on, Mireya? He cut her bosom with his claw. I'll kill you," she screamed lustfully. "Death and pain are your weakness. Do you wish to fuck me while bathing in blood, surrounded by death? Is that what you longed for? I know you, Mireya. I know you all too well," he said, cutting her again. "You will die between my legs, Emmanuel, just like Markanday the First," she whispered. He stopped immediately and pushed her away. She smiled and licked her fangs, happy to finally reveal her secret. "Everyone, leave us," he shouted. The members, believing the issue to be resolved, retreated to their domains and shut the door behind them. "That includes you, counting Countess," the Queen said. The Count took his mate by the hand and left the room through the front door. The Countess continued to stare at Emmanuel, wondering what he was up to. All the doors shut and the bolts locked. They stared at each other for a moment, Emmanuel shocked by her confession. "Why so surprised? Do you really think Markanday took his own life?" she said, fangs fully extended. "You killed him? Why? To seize power over the Coven in the 9 Kingdoms?" Emmanuel shouted. She gave a shy look and advanced on him, yet he backed away the closer she got. "I warned him, Emmanuel. I warned him thousands of times. He wouldn't listen. He just had to have me. I don't harbor sexual feeling because I know once they set in, my sadistic bloodlust cannot be controlled. As I said before, I warned him, just as I'm warning you. At the moment of climax, I will drink you dry. It is my nature," she said seductively. "And now you have the throne," he scoffed, backing away farther. "I never wanted the throne. All I'm concerned with is keeping the Coven in power and preserving our way of life. But now you tempt me. Now you choose to awaken the bloodlust within me that I had so well hidden. Do you wish to die between my legs, Emmanuel? Do you want Markanday's fate to become yours?" She growled, advancing toward him. Having pushed her too far, he now feared what she might do. His only hope was to keep those he saved in the Shadowlands safe. But playing on her desire, he now looked through a window he wished he hadn't opened. Her claws extended, and she reached out to him. Quickly, Emmanuel took a knee and bowed his head in submission. "My queen, I am not worthy of your embrace, having denied you when we were mated. I wasn't good enough for you then, and I'm not good enough for you now," he said humbly. She squatted and lifted his head by the chin with her thumb and index finger. With a burning gaze, she stared into his eyes and said, "Do you really want to live forever?" Terrified, he pulled his head away and bowed again. "I'm not worthy of you, Queen Mireya. You're the only one who provoked me, Emmanuel. You must finish what you've started. I don't wish to die today. I will fantasize about your lifeless body between my legs and your blood dripping down my lips. This is your doing. You will finish what you started," she demanded. She leaped on top of him and ripped at his clothes. With his superior strength, he was able to fend her off, clasping her arms to her sides. His bright red hair covered his face as she tried desperately to find an opening to his neck. Her saliva dripped on his face. He shook his head to keep her from biting him, not only to save his own life, but also to make sure she didn't see the truth about those he'd saved. "Stop fucking moving," she yelled, wrapping her legs around his waist. "Mireya, stop this," he cried out. trying not to hurt her. "You're my prey now. Nothing can stop this." Having had enough, he tossed her into the air so high, she crashed into the ceiling. Before she could land head first on the stone floor, he caught her in his arms. Weary, she opened her eyes and wiped the dust from her hair and face. "I can't believe you did that," she said, seemingly pissed. Dust and pebbles of stone fell from the ceiling. He took her to the throne and set her down gently. "Have you come to your senses?" he said. Dusting off her clothes, she stood up and smiled. "Don't ever awaken my bloodlust again." He stepped back and bowed his head. "You have my word. See to it that your word is kept. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to, she hissed, launching at him and sinking her fangs into his neck. She was far too quick for him to react. She wrapped her arms and legs around his body and drank from him like a savage animal. His blood was draining fast, and if he didn't stop her, he would fall just like Markanday the First had. Gulping and squeezing, she tightened her grip until she was able to wrap one hand around her wrist behind his neck. His superior strength was feeding into her, making her too strong for him to break free. He had no choice. He had to survive for the sake of the people he saved and his daughters. His fangs extended. He pierced her shoulder and then drank from her with the same ferociousness. In a tug-of-war of life and death, their blood cycled between them, leaving his body and entering hers, and vice versa. Between them, the knowledge each held flowed into their minds, and she saw what Emmanuel was withholding. His secret was revealed. His attempt to draw her attention away from his betrayal through seductiveness had ultimately led to his undoing. However, this was no longer her priority. The only thing that mattered was drinking him dry. They held on to each other sternly. It was a battle each intended to win. The mind-thought connection was strong between them as they entered a void inside their minds. "Put your cock inside of me and I'll let you go," said the Queen in Emmanuel's thoughts. "I know you, Mireya. You will never let go." They closed their eyes and met on the battlefield of their collective subconscious. As they stood within inches of each other in this void, the Queen ripped Emmanuel's shirt off and licked his pale, muscled chest. "I told you that you would die between my legs." She removed her clothes and pressed her naked body against him. "Stop this savagery, and no one will have to die. Once I've started, I cannot stop. You know this better than anyone, Emmanuel. Then are we going to be locked in this blood war for eternity? You've tasted me. What more do you want? You already know what I desire, my former king. I want to feel you breathe your last breath while your cock pulses inside of me. I want to drink your last drop until you fade into nothing. Only then will I be satisfied. Only then will I climax." She threw him onto the floor and pulled off his pants. In his subconscious, he had no control over his bearings. His cock was throbbing, rock hard, begging to enter her dripping, wet chamber. Yes, Emmanuel, that's what I want," she said, climbing on top of him. She lowered herself onto his cock, and he was unable to resist. With all his efforts concentrated on staying alive in the real world, in this void he was powerless. Her gifts of contact mind thought only served to give her the upper hand. His vampire hormones wanted this more than anything. Within moments, his cock was deep inside his former mate. It felt unbelievably amazing to him, making him even harder. "I'll fuck you in this world and drink you dry in another," she proclaimed, thrusting her hips back and forth. Emmanuel knew he couldn't give into the pleasure he was feeling. If he lost himself here, he would die out there. "This body is mine. It belongs to me now. Given, Emmanuel. If the great Markanday fell to me, then so must you." She laid her body against his, and pushed her tongue into his mouth. Again, he did not resist. He found himself enjoying it. Without being aware of what he was doing, he saw his hands making their way down to her backside. He grabbed her perfectly round white ass and moved her wanting gash up and down his cock like a seductive demon, luring her prey to be devoured. She thrust harder and faster. "Give in to me," she whispered. She began to claw his chest. "You're stronger than this. You must not give in. You must fight. You must survive." A voice called to him. His body in the real world was growing weaker by the second, and his strength was leaving him rapidly. That's it, Emmanuel. Lose yourself to me. Become one with me. Give your life to me," she whispered again, before licking his neck. His eyes shot wide open as the voice in the back of his mind forced its way through. He could not die, not today. Too much was at stake, and too many people depended on his survival. "No," he shouted. He tossed her off and into the air. She laughed and disappeared into the clouds of nothingness. Moments later, they both awoke in the real world. He summoned each ounce of strength in his body and released himself from her grasp. He took a handful of her hair and pulled her fangs from his neck and wrapped his other hand around hers. "You're stronger than Markanday," she said with a wicked smile. He took his fangs from her shoulder and looked her in the eyes. "Your savage obsession will be your downfall, Mireya." He threw her on the ground and kicked her in the stomach. She went flying across the room. She welcomed the pain. She enjoyed it. Clenching her stomach, she staggered to her feet and limped to her throne. "You're amazing. Never in all my centuries has someone resisted me, let alone fought me off. Come, Emmanuel. Say you will rule the kingdoms by my side. Become my mate once again." He dropped to his knees, having lost so much blood, and took deep breaths. "My place isn't by your side, Mireya. My place is on the side of choice, the side of freedom, the side of love." "Love? Ha! Don't speak of love in my presence. I saw everything in your blood memories. Your little revolution will fail just as hard as the concept of love has. If you accept my offer now, I will forget your little band of revolutionaries ever existed. Now, what is your answer?" she pressed. Standing, he looked her in the face defiantly. "My answer is no." She boiled with anger. Her eyes brightened red and her fangs extending. "No one refuses me. Let's see how you fare after you've spent the next 100 years in solitude. Guards!" she shouted. Within minutes, the Count and a legion of guards burst into the room. "Yes, my queen, what is happening?" asked the Count. She stood up and pointed to the weakened Emmanuel, who had dropped to his knees again. "Take this thing to the underground chamber. Inform the Coven that I've sentenced him to 100 years of solitary confinement. He is not to be given human blood or even a single blood bag. He is to eat rats," she declared. 2 guards approached Emmanuel, grabbed his arms, and pulled him to his feet. What the hell happened to him? Eyes weary, he looked the Count straight in the face. "She tried to suck me dry. She wanted to kill me like she killed our—" "Silence! Silence him!" she shouted. One of the guards hastily gagged him. "Take him to the chamber. No one is to speak to him. No one is to listen to him. He is a traitor. By order of the Queen," she announced. They bowed, put him in chains, and took him to his imprisonment, where the Coven would have final say in his sentencing. For now, the Queen's devious secret had been kept. Chapter 9. 5 years. His skin was pale and wrinkled from feeding on rodents the last 5 years. The Coven believed the punishment given by the Queen
had been too harsh, noticeably since she refused to explain the reason for his sentence. When asked, she only expressed that he was a traitor and needed to be taught a lesson. With the lack of explanation, the Coven deemed he would only serve half a decade rather than 100 years. He, however, hadn't known his fate. All the days, weeks, months, and years he spent in solitary did not wear on him, as he still held hope in his heart. He knew the Queen's secret. With that knowledge, he had leverage over her. All she had to do was come down to him and talk, which she never did. She spent the last 5 years in fear that he would reveal her secret, so she made sure no one had contact with him. And when he needed to feed, she released rats into his chamber, a suffering he would bear to keep those in the Shadowlands safe from the Coven's wrath. As long as he kept her secret to himself, the humans and vampires there would be safe. Sprawled out on the uneven stone floor, he lay and stared at the rugged ceiling. He dreamed of his daughter Evangeline daily, hoping that she was safe. His other daughter, Anastasia, whom he hadn't yet to see with his own eyes, crossed his thoughts as well. A vengeful hate boiled inside him when he contemplated everything Queen Mireya had done to him. She'd vowed to kill their elder daughter, forced her into hiding, and refused to let him see their youngest. Now, she had doomed him to solitary after trying to kill him. Hate in the heart of a vampire was deadly, as their emotions were uncontrollable. He wanted to kill her, but he knew that would set in motion things he could not take back. He soothed himself, perfecting his meditation techniques to keep his emotions under control. It was the only thing he could do. The door creaked from the outside, and he sat up slowly. In his weakened state, it was hard for him to move. The door flew open and shut just as quickly. A dark figure wearing a black robe and hood approached his titanium cell. "Who's there?" he called out. The dark figure breathed slowly before extending its hand out to the bars of his cell. It held a blood bag in its hands. Emmanuel reached for the bag hastily, snatched it from the figure's grasp, and sucked it dry within seconds. That bit of blood felt incredible and helped smooth his wrinkled skin. Another blood bag was thrown to him, which he took and finished just as swiftly. "Satisfied?" a feminine voice said. Emmanuel knew who it was. His anger boiled to the point of eruption. He threw the empty bag at the bars and launched towards her, but she was just behind his grasp. "Calm down, I'm here to talk," she said. "Talk? You want to talk after 5 years? Why don't you let me out of here so we can talk the old-fashioned way?" he threatened. The dark figure removed her hood, and just as suspected, it was Queen Mireya. "I needed time to think," she removed her robe. "I've had plenty of time to think, you heartless bitch. I've thought about the many ways I could take your life. I've thought about Anastasia, the daughter you refused to allow me to see. I've thought about Evangeline and how you've condemned her, how you forced her into hiding. Yes, Mireya, I've had plenty of time to think." The Queen pulled up a chair and sat next to his cell bars, just out of reach from him. "The Coven has deemed that you only serve 5 years, Emmanuel. Tomorrow you will be set free." A shockwave of disbelief stunned him right to his core. "Are you serious? You had me believing I was to be here for an entire century when I only had a 5-year sentence? You fucking..." "Listen, Emmanuel. Regardless of whether I told you now or 5 years ago, it doesn't change the fact that you are a traitor. You deserve to be here for an entire century." "As you do, Emperor Killer. In fact, solitary is too good for you. You deserve to be dragged into the sun for what you've done. Mireya pulled her chair closer and smiled. Why are you so angry about me killing him? Markanday was a savage who ordered our daughter to be killed. I was just carrying out his wishes. He died long before you decided to fulfill that order. And after you killed him, you could have rescinded those orders. And yet you didn't. I couldn't. The laws must be upheld at all cost. And you're just as savage as he was. It is the way of the vampire. You know this better than anyone, you self-righteous fool. You're an elder, just as I am, just as he was. Law and order are above all. Everything else comes second. In every event, I did not come here to debate ethics with you. I've come to propose a deal. Emmanuel stood upright and looked her in the face, piercing his gaze into her eyes. He looked for signs of a hidden agenda. She waited for 5 years to tell him the truth, and he knew her only goal in attaining an agreement was to protect herself. Nevertheless, they both had something on the other, and if he wanted his people in the Shadowlands to remain safe, he would have to bargain for it. What do you propose? He asked, still mentally on guard. She leaned back in her chair and crossed her legs seductively, revealing her purple silk panties. Emmanuel was unfazed. He didn't want to go down that road again. She then leaned forward, close to the bars of his cell, and licked her lips. You go your way, and I'll go mine. You tell no one of the circumstances surrounding Markanday's death, and I'll keep your little group in the Shadowlands a secret. You will keep your title of viscount, as well as your land here in Varinia. Things will go as they were before. What do you say? She asked as if he had a choice. He sighed and laid back on the floor, staring at the ceiling. What about our daughter, Evangeline? What about her? She asked, her tone derisive. Promise me you will not pursue her any longer. Let her live in peace. Growling under her breath, she retracted her fangs and nodded. It's a deal. Smiling, she stood up from her chair and headed to the door, leaving him alone once again. You'll be freed within the hour. She opened the exit door and departed and slammed it shut. A relieving smile appeared on his face as he pondered the fate of his people. He couldn't wait to see them again. His daughters and those innocent souls were the only things that occupied his mind. Nonetheless, the second he got out, he knew he had one score to settle. Only then could he truly be safe from the Coven's wrath. If the Coven were to find out about his revolution, they would outride their queen and take action against him. The score with the Countess of Aureus had to be settled, quickly. Chapter 10. Dragoius complete. Emmanuel, is that you? Where have you been? Shouted Masego. A crowd formed around him as everyone in his newly constructed kingdom gazed in awe. Emmanuel, accompanied by Native, who had been imprisoned as well, approached the other gates. They were astonished at what the vagabonds and the humans had built. It was like entering another kingdom, just as marvelous as the kingdom of Blood Moon. How were you able to do this in just 5 years? Asked Native. Some vagabonds had been scouring the flatlands, stumbled here. A few from other kingdoms, and had been stripped of their citizenship for breaking Coven laws. Luckily for us, one was an architect from Blood Moon. That explains why this place looks so familiar, said Native. They entered the gates and were greeted by every human and vampire within viewing distance. They completed the construction of the palace. Everything was made of stone, marble, and glass. It could have rivaled the Coven's palace. This place may be a little conspicuous. If the Coven were to venture out here, they'd surely find it, said Nativ. Don't worry about the Coven. I made a deal with the Queen. She'll hunt us no more, Emmanuel said confidently. Cynthia came running out of the crowd and leaped into Nativ's arms. She hugged him tightly, having believed him to be dead. What happened to you both? She exclaimed, kissing his cheek. I didn't know you cared about me so much, Nativ joked. Don't be an idiot, Nativ. You know I care about your well-being. You were gone for 5 years. No word, no anything. What the hell happened? He took her by the arms and pulled her away. From the look of it, she was a nervous wreck. He didn't realize how much she cared for him until that moment. He brushed the hair out of her face and looked to Emmanuel. Masego and everyone else stood there, waiting for an explanation. Both Nativ and Emmanuel were a little surprised that Bulbasaur hadn't told everyone what happened. They were sure he hadn't been implicated in their betrayal. However, they also hadn't seen him at the gate when they left Varinia. In another case, everyone there was owed a justification for them being gone. They were all anxious for answers. Do you want to explain or should I? Emmanuel asked Nativ. Be my guest. You're the one who got the burnt of the Queen's fury. That meeting when the Queen requested you to see her? Asked Masego. Yes, that meeting, barked Emmanuel, still on edge. The Countess of Aureus somehow found out I was bringing people here and... What? She found out? The Coven will kill us all, yelled someone from the crowd. We are not in danger. Please listen. Nativ and I spent the last 5 years in solitary confinement. I have leverage on the Queen that secured our safety. No one here needs to worry. The Coven will not come. We've been lost without you, Emmanuel. We thought at any moment the Coven would cross the valley and wipe us out, said Masego. Emmanuel approached him, placed his hand on Masego's shoulder, and squeezed tightly. We're back now, old friend. There's nothing more to worry about. Now will you show me around this decadent place you've called home for the past 5 years? Nativ took Cynthia by the waist and pulled her close. Her eyes glowed light pink to signify her bashfulness. Why the eyes? He asked, drawing closer to her face, as if to tell her to brace for a kiss. I've just missed you, that's all. Did you, or did you miss this? He said, and then pressed his lips against hers. Her eyes widened in shock, and she flinched. He slipped his tongue into her mouth, causing her tenseness to loosen. Closing her eyes, she welcomed the kiss. She embraced him. They wrapped their arms around each other and kissed deeper as everyone gazed at them, smiling. Ahem, said Emmanuel, trying to hold back his laughter. With their fangs extended, they released each other and looked around. They completely forgotten where they were. There are various rooms in our palace. If you want to take this to a more private venue, said Masego. They smiled, trying to compose themselves. Yes, of course. Shall we? Nativ moved her body along his. Wait, she whispered, stopping them in their tracks. What about Bulbasaur? I know you two are. Don't worry about him. What he and I have is just casual. It's nothing serious. He knows I have feelings for you. I told him long ago. She backed away a little confused. You have feelings for me? Since when? He pulled her close again. Since forever. You know the Coven outlaws love. I had to keep my emotional state concealed. However, now we are free, and after 5 years of nothing but rats and the desolate loneliness of my cell, I reveal it to you. I feel deeply for you, Cynthia. I always have. His eyes transitioned from brown to a light blue. "Come here, you idiot," she shouted, taking hold of him and squeezing him tightly in her arms. "And so it begins," said Emmanuel proudly. "Please escort these two to a room, if you will," he asked of a teenage boy standing close to him. "Sure thing, Mr. King," said the boy. Hand in hand, Nativ and Cynthia followed him to the palace, where they could express their repressed feelings for one another. "Mr. King?" Emmanuel laughed. "I think he meant my king, not Mr. King," Masego corrected. "Thought so. I remember seeing that boy somewhere. Was he here before I was taken?" "Yes. He was the boy who wept for me the day I was supposed to die. He's a little older now, as you can see. His name is Ignacio. I made him and his two brothers immortal." "You did what?" Emmanuel said in surprise. "Yes, when you didn't come back, we thought the Coven would come for us. The three of them wanted to help in defending our new lands." Emmanuel stood there, expressionless. He disagreed with many things the Coven laws dictated, but one rule had a legitimate purpose. "Masego, do you have any idea the life you have doomed them to? They will remain with the mindset of children forever. Please forgive me, my king. I've regretted my decision for years. Had the Coven come for us, they would have been slaughtered with ease. At the time, I thought I was helping them survive," he pleaded with remorse. Emmanuel sighed and lowered his head. He understood where Masego was coming from. However, these three boys were now trapped in adolescence. He just hoped they would be able to live with themselves without growing weary of their childlike state. He patted his old companion on the back. "What's done is done, I suppose. I guess this is partially my fault. I wish Bulbasaur had said something so everyone would have known what happened to Nativ and me." "Now show me around this palace you've built," he said. With their arms on each other's shoulders, they walked towards the palace.
Chapter 11. Offering. Emmanuel had missed an offering during his captivity and vowed to save more people in the next, which was just hours away. Boldness from his leverage against the Queen had seen him break the unwritten rule. He would venture out of the seclusion of the Shadowlands. He devised a way to send envoys to the kingdom of Civitas, Aureus, and Dawn to spread the word of his rebellion and draw in more followers. He hoped those loyal to the Coven would see the light eventually. Each envoy consisted of one vampire and one human. Those three kingdoms were the only ones still aware of humanity's existence. The Coven and those of privilege in Varinia preferred to keep the humans' home of Hymen a secret from the others. Human blood was only to be enjoyed by nobles and those born into privilege, which is one of the many reasons the majority of vampire royalty dwelled in Varinia. What had started out as a place to house the reverted had become a city where humans waited for slaughter, all to fill the glasses of the vampire nobility, something Emmanuel found detestable. He concluded that stealing humans from the processing center was far too risky. Thus, he planned to take them as they passed through the neutral territory. He would make it look like a Daggerwolf attack, which would give him enough time to get them to the Shadowlands undetectable. He made the journey to Hymen alone, while Nativ developed defenses for their new kingdom, which he dubbed Dragoius, home of the Alliance Sanctuary. Masego and the others prepared houses and lands for farming in anticipation of the humans brought from the offering. He made his approach to the outskirts of Hymen, trying to stay out of sight. The ruthless monarch installed by Queen Mireya despised vampires, but nonetheless, the Council of the New Age had to obey their orders and had to follow Coven laws. Finding a vampire
on what he had christened his land without the consent of the Coven was fatal. Ordinarily, vagabonds crossing over into Hymen met the fate of the sun's brazen glare. Emmanuel did not want that to become his fate, so he stayed in the shadows, hiding in the trees until the moment to strike presented itself. He saw Dartmouth and Eshma in the distance, kicking and smacking humans around as if they were nothing. The disrespect they showed was sickening and sparked Emmanuel's anger. You, and you, yes you, on your damn knees. You are a condemned criminal, and you will do as I say, shouted Eshma, before he kicked a woman to the ground. I'm not a criminal, I've done nothing wrong, she protested. Her pleas were ignored as his brother, Dartmouth, slapped her across the face, dislocating her jaw and breaking her nose. He licked the blood from the back of his hand and shoved her into a cage. The Hymen monarch, Belathan Cummings, walked up behind the brothers with an accountability sheet to mark off the number of people who were given to the Coven. Don't sneak up on me like that, human. You may be the leader among these cattle, but to me, you're merely food, said Eshma. He raised his hand and slapped the pen and sheet from Belathan's grasp. Eshma, know your place, shouted the Archduke, who had emerged from behind the cage. Archduke Ojas, I didn't know you were here, Eshma said with a rattled voice. I am everywhere, and I see everything. You are a low-level misfit here to do a job, not to insult or harass these humans. Now pick that shit up, hand it back to Monarch Cummings, and get back to work, screamed the Archduke. Both brothers bowed their heads and backed away slowly, retreating to their post. Before Eshma could get too far, the Archduke snatched him by the collar and threw him to the ground. I thought I told you to pick that shit up, he said, eyes burning red. Yes, of course, I apologize. He picked up the pen and paper and handed them to the Archduke. Without a second glance, the Archduke slapped them from his hands. Don't give them to me. Give them to the monarch. He's the one who's taking accountability, you fool, the Archduke scolded. Putting his head down farther into submission, Eshma picked them back up and handed them to the human monarch. Belathan snatched them swiftly and tossed Eshma's hand away at the same time. You're lucky I wrote down the last number before you slapped them out of my hand. Otherwise, we'd have to start the count all over again, said Belathan, dusting off the sheet. Eshma retreated until he was a safe distance and returned to his post. Don't worry about it. The gathering for the offering went quite well this year. 59 humans in total. Only 59? The Archduke said, piercing his gaze into the monarch. Yes, we didn't have many criminals these last 3 years, he responded nervously. The Coven requested over 100. I understand that, but our people, over 100. Make it happen. You have 1 hour, he ordered before walking away nonchalantly. Emmanuel's eyes widened as he listened from the trees outside the city walls. I can't continue to send innocent people to the offering, Belathan whispered. What you can and cannot do for the sake of your morals is none of my concern, human. We put you in power for a purpose. Now get it done, commanded the Archduke, before vanishing from sight behind the Coven's cages. Belathan headed back to the council house to gather its members to discuss their options. I will not allow them to do this any longer, Emmanuel said, trying to contain his rage. The monarch may have had to do the Coven's bidding, but Emmanuel would make sure not one innocent soul would see the inside of the processing center ever again. Chapter 12. Love at First Song. Midnight had fallen, and the moon's glare radiated down on Hymen. Belathan had successfully fulfilled the Archduke's request, filling the cages with innocent people. The Archduke had left for Varinia hours before, leaving the twin brothers to handle the transportation. In an advantageous turn of events, the innocent were separated from the real criminals. All Emmanuel had to do was snatch the last 2 cages of people from the twins' grasp before they made it across the neutral territory. Under lock and key, the humans were bound in chains as the vehicles crossed the terrain. They were only miles from the border, and Emmanuel had to make his move soon. Eshma was on top of one of the cages, taunting the humans and pouring water on them. It was freezing, and the water only made it worse. "I like my blood on ice," he mocked, and continued to soak them. None of them said a word. They were too frightened even to make eye contact. Emmanuel had spent most of the night digging a massive ditch that would stop their little convoy dead in its tracks, giving them enough time to steal the last 2 cages without detection. He waited in the trees as the convoy neared his trap. It was only a matter of time before he'd make his move. He was more than ready. That's when it hit him. A heavenly scent, throwing all his senses off balance. Her blood was enchanting. He could smell it from miles away. Unable to stop himself, he abandoned his post and ran straight back to Hyman to get a glimpse of where the scent was coming from. Alone in the valley, there was a woman just outside of Hyman Lands, dancing in the moonlight. She was singing a song that made his vampire soul tremble. She looked like the queen of all goddesses. His eyes turned to a rich gold as an uncontrollable urge of wanting enveloped his body. He hid in the bushes as she sang her song carelessly into the wind. "My sweet little prince, come to me now. You are my one and only. Come to me now. In the soft meadows of fog, we will be together again. Vampire nor human shall keep us apart. On this day we will win. Come to me now, my sweet little prince. I'm waiting for you, everlasting forever and a day with this kiss. Love may be forbidden, but our passion cannot be. Together we will run away, if only you can see. Our love will break the boundaries and the walls that separate you and me. My sweet little prince, come to me now and take me." He couldn't contain himself. Nothing mattered in this moment. The only thing he wanted was to be close to the woman who was dancing so freely under the moon's magical glow. He moved from his hiding place and slowly made his approach, being cautious not to scare her away. She heard rumbling in the distance and stopped for a second. They saw each other. She wasn't frightened, nor was she apprehensive, only curious. "Come out and reveal yourself. I don't bite," she said with a smile. That little gesture only served to empower him more. He never thought love at first sight could exist, but his preconceived notions were failing. Just as he was about to come into plain view of this enchantress, a loud crash sounded in the distance. The convoy had fallen into his trap. The woman fled upon hearing the noise, ruining his chance to make contact. Torn, he didn't know whether to follow her or go save those innocent people from a horrible fate. "Snap out of it, Emmanuel," he said to himself. He looked at Hyman and then towards the neutral territory. "Which way?" he mumbled. "Which one of you humans did this?" shouted Darmuth. The view in Hyman was bleak, and the woman was nowhere in sight. He missed his opportunity. Next time, Emmanuel, next time. He crouched down to one knee and put a single hand to the ground before he shot up and took off running in the direction of the convoy. The wind and fog parted, acquiescing his speed and will. "This doesn't look like a daggerwolf nest. Someone dug this damn bitch purposefully," said Eshma. Moments later, Emmanuel was back at the convoy, hiding behind the trees that surrounded it. He would use the fog to his advantage. Dartmouth was at the front of the convoy, trying to pull the vehicle out of the ditch. Without warning, something hit Dartmouth so hard he flew the sky and crash-landed away from the convoy. What the hell was that? Dartmouth? Dartmouth, where the hell are you? Bellowed Eshma. Then the same powerful force collided with him. Both brothers were knocked out cold, miles from where they once were. The humans couldn't see what was happening, and that startled them more. The bolts and chains that held the cages together were torn apart. The last 2 cages were dragged from the rest of the convoy. Emmanuel only had a few minutes before the twins regained consciousness, so he had to act quickly. Once the cages were safely away from the others, he went back, planted Daggerwolf paw prints around the convoy, and splashed blood from a blood bag everywhere. The scene was successfully set, and his cover was sound. He went back and ripped the cage doors open for the people he saved. One by one, he tore the chains from around their neck, wrist, and ankles. "What's going on?" said the woman who Eshma had been chastising earlier. "I'm freeing you, don't be alarmed," he said softly. "Freeing us? But aren't you a vampire?" She gave him a nervous glance. "We're not all the same. Please, no questions, we must hurry." Stripped to their undergarments and soaked with water, they all stood there shivering. "We have to get to the Shadowlands. You will be safe there. No one will die tonight, or any night. Just follow me." They all looked around fretfully, but no other choice was afforded to them. Emmanuel took the shirt off his back and put it on the woman. "I need you to lead these people in that direction, towards the Shadowlands. Get as far away from these cages as possible. I'll be there shortly." She nodded and ran in front of the crowd, waving her hands to get everyone's attention. "Everyone please follow her," he said. The humans did as instructed and marched in the direction of the Shadowlands. Once they were at a safe distance, he sprayed the cages with blood. Knowing Daggerwolves craved vampires more than humans, he bit a hole in his wrist and allowed his blood to drip on the ground near the cages. He knew the Daggerwolves would descend upon them within minutes the second they got a whiff of vampire blood. The Coven would have no choice but to believe the Daggerwolves were responsible for this. "What the hell hit us?" screamed Dartmouth from afar. Emmanuel's wound healed, and he ran to catch up with the group. Startled, they stopped in their tracks. "Daggerwolves and the Coven will swarm this area soon. Quick step, everyone, we must hurry," he said, to ensure that no one got lost in the darkness of the forest. Each person held the hand of the person in front of them as they marched onward. Emmanuel had succeeded, and he was quite proud of himself. The only thing he could think of now was that woman. He had to get back to Hymen. He had to find out who she was, soon. "Masego, there are 65 people here. The Archduke requested the council send well over 100 people to the offering, which forced their monarch to gather more innocents. Make sure they all get dried and clothed. They've been through hell," said Emmanuel, as he led them through the gates of Dragoius. "I cannot believe you did that on your own. Are you mad?" asked Nativ, relieved to see him back safely. "I'm fine, Nativ. Dartmouth and Eshma didn't stand a chance," he joked. The last of the humans made their way through the gates, and everyone within handed out clothes and other items. They wanted the newcomers to feel at home, as most of them had gone through the same thing when they were rescued. "What will happen to us?" said the woman who led the way. Masego stretched his arm out and put it around the woman's shoulder. "I can't believe they sent you to the offering," he said. "Masego, is that you?" She was in shock. "I thought you died in your home years ago." He laughed and inadvertently revealed his fangs to her. "Wait, you're a vampire now? Are we all going to be turned into vampires?" She screeched and backed away. Calm down, Alea. No one is going to turn anyone into a vampire. This is a sanctuary for humans and vampires. Emmanuel saved me from the offering over 25 years ago. I was about to die of old age, but instead, I reluctantly became a vampire. I wanted to live on and help him in his mission. No one here is turned against his or her will. She hesitantly stepped forward, still shaking from the fact that the man she'd known since she was a teen was now a vampire. Are you sure? This isn't a trap, is it? You wouldn't lie to me, would you? Masego's fangs retracted, and he smiled once again. Suspicious as always, he said with a chuckle. He took her hand and led her into Dragoius, so she could see humans and vampires living together side by side. Emmanuel dusted his hands off in a sweeping motion and looked upon his accomplishment. I've never saved this many people before. It was quite a feat, he boasted of himself. I can see that, said Native, but that isn't the reason you're so joyous. You've done this countless times. However, I've never seen you so illuminated. Are you okay? Emmanuel withdrew, trying to hide the glee of seeing the woman of his dreams. I'm fine. No need to worry, he smiled before entering the gates. The doors closed behind them, and they walked into their kingdom. The processing and settling of these new people were the last thing on his mind. He wanted nothing more than to go back to Hymen right that second. However, he would have to wait for now. The sun was coming up, and he couldn't risk relying on the safety of the forest's trees to protect him. At dawn, he would return and seek out that beautiful woman who'd sang her songs so harmoniously, so passionately. Finding her identity was to become his obsession. Chapter 13. Finding her. Emmanuel made the journey back to Hymen alone. He didn't want anyone besides himself to know her identity. It was midnight, and the remains from the scene he staged were long gone, as were the cages and blood. He hid in the trees, hoping the succulent enchantress would reveal herself again and sing that heavenly song. For hours he waited, peering into the lands of Hymen, scanning the village to see where she was. He didn't sense her presence, nor did he smell her blood. The night before may have been just a fluke, a chance encounter that would never repeat itself. Left with no choice, he ventured into Hymen, disguising his bright red hair as much as he could. If even one of these humans knew there was a vampire among them, there would be widespread panic. He had to find her. This was the first time in his hundreds of years of existence that he felt this way. And all it had taken was one look, one song, one call from her sweet voice. After wrapping his head in a brown scarf he acquired, he slowly made his approach into Hymen. Most people were already in their homes sleeping. Emmanuel thought that maybe he waited a little too long to work up the courage to find her on foot. It was 3 a.m, and short of peeking into each home, there wasn't any way he was going to find her. He relied on his sense of smell to lead him to her. Her sweet essence was hard to miss. If only he could get within a couple of feet of her, he'd know. Cautiously, he walked the streets and dirt road of the human lands, breathing deeply into his lungs to pick up her scent. He had to make it quick, as the sun would rise within a couple of hours. Being stuck in Hymen until the sun went down was not an option. There was no telling what their monarch would do if he caught a vampire on their lands during the day. He walked past each home, trying to pick up her scent, without knowing whether she was an inch or 10 miles away from where he currently stood. She couldn't have been a dream. She was real, and he knew it. All he had to do was find her. My sweet little prince, come to me now. He stopped the second the voice reached him. He could hear her but not smell her. Where could she be? Looking around frantically in all directions, he was desperate to find the source. "Come to me now, my sweet little prince." Once again, the voice pierced his ears. It had to be her. He looked into the distance and saw her in a house with the lights on. She was soaking herself in a bathtub, singing the same song as before. Within seconds, Emmanuel was at her front door. He walked to the side of the window where the light from the bathroom was emanating. He peeked in and saw the luscious woman submerged in water, rubbing her shoulders and legs with a cloth. "That's why I couldn't smell her," he whispered, trying to contain himself with a view from her naked body in plain sight. He gritted his teeth and squeezed his eyes shut. That's when the unthinkable happened. She opened the window, placed her arms on the windowsill, and looked into the night sky. Her scent became overpowering, even unbearable. Every fiber in his body felt as if it was about to explode. He couldn't take it any longer. He threw the scarf from his head and stood upright. They came face to face. Alarmed, she jumped back into the bathtub and to the far side of the tub, mouth gaping. "You scared me to death. Who are you?" she shouted. Emmanuel climbed through the window and landed in the tub with her, soaking himself in the process. "Stay back," she screamed, with the back scrubber in her right hand, hoisting it up above her head as a weapon. "I apologize for my bursting in here like this, but I had to meet you. We saw each other last night, do you remember?" His wet red hair streaming down the side of his face paralyzed her. She'd never seen someone so beautiful. She lowered her would-be weapon and looked him up and down. The shirt he wore became transparent when wet, revealing his muscled chest and rock-hard abs. It didn't take long to realize he was a vampire. You're here to drink me dry," she stuttered. "No, I just want to know who you are," he replied nervously. She crossed her legs and placed her hands under her armpits to hide her breast. He drew nearer to her, hands shaking. She backed away farther, the closer he got. The last thing she wanted was to be under the spell of a vampire. She resisted the urge and allowed her apprehension to take over her desire. She laid the scrubber on the floor next to the tub and turned to him. "What do you want from me?" she asked, frightened. "I'm not here to harm you. I know this seems unorthodox, but I just needed to know who you are, to talk to you." Her brow wrinkled. "Well, unorthodox isn't the word I'd use. Intruding, disrespectful, frightening, unwelcoming, barging, etc. Those are the words I'd use," she said mockingly. He lowered his gaze and placed his hand on the left side of the tub. "You're right. Please forgive me. I'll leave." "Wait," she countered. "I didn't say you had to leave. I do remember you from the other night, but you can't just barge in here like this. You could have waited until I was fully dressed. I would have answered the door had you knocked." Again, Emmanuel lowered his head in shame. He started to regret bursting into her home. "I apologize. I couldn't restrain myself. It's hard for vampires to control their impulses. When you opened that window and I caught a whiff of your scent, I had to," he said regretfully. She sighed. "Well, are you going to tell me who you are?" she said. Emmanuel was stunned by her abrasiveness. He, a vampire, had broken into her home and splash-landed into her tub, and she wasn't in the least bit afraid. "Yes, of course. My name is Emmanuel Laskar de Font. When I saw you last night, Emmanuel Laskar de Font? The King of Varinia? The mate of Queen Mireya? Why in the world are you— Shh! Keep your voice down, please. I am no longer the King of Varinia. I renounced my throne many decades ago. News doesn't travel fast here in Hymen, it seems." Her eyes were still wide in shock. She couldn't believe that a noble, let alone a former king, would be in her home. "Then why are you here? What did I do to deserve such a fate?" Her voice was weary. "I'm not going to kill you. I do not intend to harm you in any way. I just want to get to know you, that's all." "Get to know me? Why me? Did I do something wrong?" "With all due respect, you've done everything right." He removed his shirt. Her jaw dropped as the sex appeal from his bare chest brought thoughts she never thought she'd have before in her mind. "Are you going to tell me your name?" he asked, smiling. Amy Vishneva," she said, stuttering once again. "Such a beautiful, powerful name. I will cherish it always. What is this, Emmanuel? Why are you here? I mean, why are you really here? Just tell me the truth. Did the offering not satisfy your thirst?" He wiped his eyes and moved his hair to the right side of his face. "You want the truth?" he smiled. "Yes, the truth. I don't want to sound cliché, but you are the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I came to Hyman to save innocent people your monarch handed over to the Coven. I saw you dancing and singing in the open field under the moonlight. Your scent, your voice, your everything almost caused me to abandon my mission. When I heard that loud crash, I knew that they had fallen into my trap. You had fled, and I couldn't allow the Coven to take all those people. Long story short, I completed my mission and tried to find you, and now here we are." She dropped her hands from her armpits, revealing her breast. With every ounce of willpower, he tried not to look, but it was no use. His gaze rolled up and down, her body relentlessly. He was in a daze. "Yes, well, each offering I try to give those condemned a sonnet to ease their suffering before the Coven comes for them. I never thought my little song would attract a vampire. Your sonnet enchanted me, Amy." "Who ordered you to sing them?" "No one ordered me. I do it on my own volition. I've seen so many of my friends who were guilty of nothing being taken away and handed to the Coven. It's therapeutic for me. It helps me cope." He overlapped his hands with hers on the edge of the tub. "One day the offering will be no more, I promise you. I will continue to save innocent people from slaughter." "So the rumors are true. Someone is saving the people from the offering. I just can't believe it's you." He looked her in the eyes. "Yes, I don't believe innocent people should have to suffer for the Coven's enjoyment." "So where are all the humans you saved?" she questioned suspiciously, fighting back the urge to touch her soft, wet bosom. He pulled his hands from hers and placed both hands on the sides of the tub. "With the help of some friends, I've created a new place in the Shadowlands where we all live. We serve the same purpose with the same objective, both human and vampire. Would you like to see it?" he asked. "Of course," she said excitedly. Emmanuel lifted himself from the tub and was about to step out when she took a hold of his wrist and pulled him back in. "We have to address one more thing." He faced her and sat back down. "Sure. You just said you thought I was the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. How could a human like myself elicit any attraction in someone like you? You could have any woman you want. Why come to me?" His muscles tensed up, and he curled his lips. He had no idea how he was going to answer her question. This was the first time he'd ever had feelings like this. He didn't quite know how to explain them. He said anxiously. She sat there, staring at him, waiting for his explanation. She was still skeptical of his true intentions, and she couldn't believe what she was hearing. There was no way the former king of Varinia could be interested in someone like her. Emmanuel remained silent, soaking in the tub, trying to find the right words. "You didn't come all this way just to toy with my emotions, did you?" she asked, even more persistent than before. "I've been toyed with enough. Who would play with the emotions of someone as beautiful as you?" he countered. She raised her eyebrows and looked away. "Every man I've met at the courting house has done nothing but play silly little games with me. Promises of marriage and children when the only thing they wanted was my body before being mated. I don't need that from yet another man. Or vampire. Emmanuel smiled and drew closer to her, extending his hand to her face. She turned to him and saw his white as snow fingers nearing her. She didn't move, only sat in perfect stillness. He caressed her right cheek slowly, passionately, causing her to close her eyes and blush. She took his hands in hers as he rubbed it back and forth on her face. "Do you believe in love at first sight?" he said, much to her surprise. "Love is forbidden, remember?" He chuckled and placed his hand on the back of her neck, pulling her closer to his breath. "Not in my world," he said before kissing the center of her forehead. "Is this really happening? Is this a dream?" she whispered, her heart pounding. "It's happening, Amy. Trust me, this is happening." "But how? How can you love me? We don't even know each other. And I'm only human." "You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I feel the more I get to know you, the deeper my feelings for you will grow. Come with me to Varinia. I'll take you to my estate. There is something I'd like to show you." She looked at him, eyes teary, unable to comprehend how she'd ended up in this situation. "You stalked me, broke into my home, and invaded my privacy. Now you want me to come to the vampire kingdom with you? How do I know this isn't a trick, Emmanuel?" He took her hand and kissed it slowly. "You have my word you will be safe, on my honor," he declared. "But we just met. How can we? People have done much more after just meeting than what I ask of you now. Put your trust in me. I can't explain it, but I feel an incomprehensible connection to you. I felt in the moment I heard your angelic voice. I know, here and now, that I need you in my life. If you allow it, we will take this voyage together and see where it leads. I just need you to trust me." Tears found their way past the outer sides of her eyes, and she squeezed his hand tightly. "Don't play with me, Emmanuel. Don't play with my heart. You come in here expecting me to just yield to your flirtations. Romantic love is forbidden for a reason. And what is that reason? Do you know? Because I don't. All I do know is that what I feel for you is real. No Coven rules or laws can change that. Just like you sang in your song." She gripped his hands tighter. "Don't do this to me. Love doesn't work. Love will only lead to heartache. I am human. You are vampire. It will never work. Love will always prevail. This is one of the standing principles of the Alliance Sanctuary. I will show you another path, a way that leads to love. Emmanuel, please, don't strip me from my jaded view of the world. It's all I have. No, Amy, you have so much more. You are so much more." He kissed her tenderly on her plush lips. The shield she put around herself began to fall away. The song she sung played on repeat in her head as his lips brushed against hers. She was failing, or instead, her jaded view of the world was diminishing. He had taken down her defenses within a matter of hours. She wrapped her arms around his wet body and ran her fingers through his hair. This action emboldened him to slip his tongue into her mouth, slowly, softly, unapologetically. He kept his hands off her for fear of harming her. His gifts were both a blessing and a curse. They were what had forced him to remain a virgin his entire life. He lived in distress that he would end up killing whomever he'd let himself go with. Vampire or human, none of that mattered. His power far exceeded the limits of both. The last thing he wanted to do was kill the woman he loved. "You've abducted me. You're a thief. You've stolen something I said I would never part with," she proclaimed. He gazed into her eyes and caressed her face. "As are you. You stole my heart the first night I saw you." It was at that moment Amy Vishneva realized she did believe in love at first sight. It was happening, and she couldn't understand why. The only thing she could do right then was allow it to happen. They kissed a few more times and then stared at each other, unable to come to terms with what emotions they were feeling. He moved her golden blonde hair from her face and gazed into her hypnotic hazel eyes. "The sun will be up soon. I must go. Until next time, Amy Vishneva." He stood up and climbed out of the tub, leaving Amy sitting there with tears in her eyes. He picked his shirt up from the floor and motioned to the window. "Wait!" she shouted. "You can't leave me here like this." "I'll be back later tonight, don't worry. Nothing can stop me from being near you," he promised. "But I don't want to be away from you, Emmanuel. We just met, and now you're leaving," she said tearfully. "I can't be here when the sun comes up. It's too dangerous." "Then take me with you. You said you wanted to show me something in Varinia, so show me now." Emmanuel's eyes twinkled with elation. He thought she was too afraid to go there, which is why he withheld his offer. "Are you sure?" "Yes, Emmanuel, I trust you." Smiling, he extended his hand, then let us go. Chapter 14. Emmanuel's Estate. "Who is this tender morsel you have with you, Emmanuel?" said the Countess. She slowly caressed his bicep. An overwhelming anger and sense of jealousy boiled within Amy with that single touch. "How about you keep your hands off him?" Amy shouted, which shocked the Countess and a few others close by. She sped over to Amy and put herself within inches of her face. "How dare you speak to me like that, human? Who the hell do you think you are?" she bellowed, lifting her claws to strike. "Julia!" shouted her mate, the Count. "I've protected you from the Coven far too many times due to your obsession with Emmanuel. You will stay away from him, understood?" Emmanuel was shocked by the Count's words. He believed they were working together to catch him, but it seemed the Count of Aureus had reconsidered. "Enough of this! You will leave this man alone." He took his mate by the arm and dragged her away. "It is my obsession. You cannot stop me from what I have to do," she whispered to her mate. "The Queen gave strict orders, Julia. Is he really worth decades of solitary confinement?" she scoffed. "Will you never understand your mate? I don't care if I die in the process. I have to have him. He must perish in my arms. At the moment of climax, I think of nothing else." "Enough!" he shouted, and put her into a trance. "Your obsession will see us both excommunicated from the Coven. This must end." The Countess floated in his arms like a sleeping ghost as he carried her away. "Count, please see it that your mate leaves me alone. I would hate to have to report her transgressions to the Coven," Emmanuel threatened. Without acknowledging his warning, the Count and Countess vanished, returning to the Coven's palace. "What the hell was that about?" said Amy, clenching his arm. "It's a long story. But she said she wanted you to die in her arms. How about you tell me this long story?" she pressed. "Another time, perhaps. I don't want to spoil our time together with discussions of that insane woman." He wrapped his hands around her waist. "The way you barked at her. You've got some fire in you." She shrugged and smiled. "I'm not sure what came over me. When I saw her touch you, a rage boiled inside me. Do you have a past with her I should know about?" Emmanuel flinched and rolled his eyes. "It's completely one-sided, and I like to forget about it. Remember on the way here, when I told you I'd been in prison for 5 years? Yes? Well, it was because of her. Somehow she found out I was saving people from the offering and informed the Coven. Luckily, I was able to cover my actions with deceit. She did it because she thought I would be cast out as a vagabond, making me an easy target for her. That didn't happen, and she's been pissed and obsessed ever since. "So, you've never slept with her," Amy said with a glint of sadness. Emmanuel burst out laughing. "Of course not. I've never slept with anyone." Amy stopped in her tracks, shocked. "Don't lie to me, Emmanuel. You were mated to the Queen of Vampires. Don't stand there and bullshit me, talking about how you've never slept with anyone." He stepped to her and took her hand in his. "I'm no liar, Amy. The Queen and I never consummated our forced mating. The Coven stole my DNA to create my 2 daughters. In over 500 years, I've never known the touch or taste of a woman. The Queen herself tried to kill me with the bloodlust that I successfully broke away from. I've never made love. I'm afraid to." Confused, she pulled him closer and looked into his eyes. "Afraid? Why are you afraid to make love?" she asked. Nobles within plain view stopped to look at the display of affection between them, some nearing them to get a smell of her scent. "Perhaps we should continue this conversation on my estate. We seem to be drawing a crowd." "Agreed." She looked around nervously, noticing the vampires swarming them. Emmanuel's eyes burned red, causing the nobles to back away. "Her blood smells so sweet. You sure do know how to pick them, Emmanuel," said the Archduke, who approached them from behind. Paying no attention to his comments, Emmanuel took her in his arms. "Put your face in my chest and close your eyes. I don't want you to become dizzy," he said softly. The vampires around them were advancing again, so she complied. The nobles parted, giving him way. Within seconds, Emmanuel was off, running at full speed towards his estate near the outskirts of Varinia. Amy curled into a ball in his arms and held on tightly. The wind hit her face with a robust force each time she attempted to look ahead. She had no choice but to bury herself in his chest and ride out the journey. "We're here," he said, slowing down. The miles between them in the central city of Varinia, where they'd once been, passed like seconds on a clock. The fast wind that suffocated her turned into a light breeze. She could look ahead again. The forest was beautiful under the red protective field above them. The trees filtered out the bleak rays of light all around the forest as the sun made its way up. It was beautiful and magical to her. She'd never seen anything like it in her 20 years. "This place is amazing," she said in astonishment. Emmanuel came to a complete stop and set her down on a bed of black hellebore flowers. "There's my home. It's just up ahead." "This is where you live?" she asked. He smiled before picking up one of the roses and sticking it in her hair. "I rarely come here. I spend most of my time in Dragoius." They walked towards his home as she took in the sights. "This place is wonderful, Emmanuel. Hymen is so dull and lacks life. Coming here is like walking into the future, and I hope you will be a part of my future," he said, stunning her. She took the rose from behind her hair and smelled it deeply. Her heart began to experience emotions she long since suppressed. Upon taking in the scent of the rose, she opened her eyes when Emmanuel noticed a look of aspire on her face. She knew that a relationship between them wouldn't end well, and that fear began to consume her. She backed away and dropped the rose on the ground. "Are you all right?" he asked. He could see the worry on her face and advanced towards her. "What am I doing here, Emmanuel?" "What do you mean? You asked me to bring you here," he said, confused. "I mean, what are we doing? What exactly is going on? Are you worried what people might think?" he said in an attempt to calm her mood. "This isn't right. I shouldn't have come here. We're from 2 different worlds. What good could become of us?" "Nothing will come of us if you don't allow us to happen," he countered. The shield to conceal her heart, which had taken her a lifetime to manufacture, had gone back up. She wanted to crawl back inside herself and forget the feelings that were emerging for him. She continued to retreat until she tripped over a branch hidden beneath the bed of flowers. Before she could fall, Emmanuel took her in his arms and slowly laid her on the ground. The scent of the rose filled her nose, hypnotizing her logic, forcing it to break into pieces. "I don't want to have these feelings, Emmanuel. Why are you forcing them on me?" she said, begging for an answer. He brushed her hair from her face and cleared the flowers so her head could lay flat on the ground. Looking into her eyes, he knew that sensation all too well. It was the same he had when Markanday I had declared love forbidden all those centuries ago. The Coven had brainwashed her into thinking the emotions she harbored were wrong, and Emmanuel wasn't blind to the fact that he played a part in that. He lay next to her as tears of sorrow formed in her eyes. He wanted nothing more than to console her, to comfort her. Nevertheless, he knew this beautiful woman, who had suppressed her emotions for as long as she's been alive, needed some time to process everything. They both laid on the flowers and stared into the sky as the sun emerged across the kingdom. The glowing red of the field vanished as the sunlight brightened the sky. They stole gazes at each other, but never made eye contact, not until she was ready. "Love will come of us," Emmanuel whispered. "What?" she said, looking over at him. "You asked me what good could come of us. So, I just gave you my answer." She wiped her face and focused her attention back to the sunlit sky. Her defenses were crumbling once again, and no matter how hard she tried to fight it, he was winning. She closed her eyes and fell asleep after having been up all night, bathing and traveling with him to Varinia. Emmanuel went to his cottage and snatched a blanket from his bed to wrap around her body. When she emerged from her dream, he would be there, waiting, hoping she would allow him into her heart. Chapter 15. Her involvement. "We can't keep going on like this. We will relent eventually," Amy scolded. Emmanuel rolled his eyes and paid her no mind. "Give it up. There's no coming back from this. This is your fate," she taunted. Still, he ignored her mockery. She sat back and ran her fingers through her hair before stretching out her arms and legs. "Just get it over with, will you?" she said, taking her eyes off him. "Don't worry, I will. Checkmate," he said, before moving his bishop into position, leaving her king with no way out. She jumped out of her seat, looking down at the chess pieces and then evaluating his move. "That's impossible. You were right where I wanted you," she said with a look of shock. "This isn't checkmate. Just wait. I'll figure a way out of this," she rambled. "Take your time," he smiled and leaned back in his chair. She pointed to her next remaining chess pieces, whispering under her breath what her next move should be. After 5 minutes of getting nowhere, she threw her hands up in defeat. "I thought you had it that time," she exclaimed. "You do have me. Here." He pointed to the center of his chest. She threw the chessboard to the wayside and crawled towards him like a cat in heat. "I haven't had all of you yet." She moved in closer and kissed his wanting lips. She sat on his lap and wrapped her arms and legs around him. They'd been at his estate for months, talking and getting to know each other. They soon learned their feelings were inevitable. Amy had surrendered to the passion, shattering the shield she'd built. Emmanuel had drawn her in, despite never having experienced feelings like this himself over the hundreds of years of his existence. She'd been his captive until the day she'd expressed what dwelled in her beating heart. Exploring each other's emotions was a good enough start for Emmanuel. However, Amy was growing relentless. "We've been here for over 3 months, and you still haven't shown me this Dragonius place you mentioned," she said, kissing his forehead.
She played with his hair, woven down to the middle of his back. Emmanuel was still apprehensive about taking her to Dragoius. The only people who'd seen her were the Archduke and a collection of nobles when they first entered the gates of Varinia. Most, if not all of them, wouldn't have given her a second glance if they were ever to see her again. She was a passing memory they would disregard on a whim. Keeping her identity a secret was for her protection. The course he'd chosen would see death and destruction for all those involved. The last thing he wanted was to put her in danger. He had to keep her hidden. "Well?" she asked, and then tapped on his forehead. "Later," he replied. She climbed off him and walked into the kitchen for some water. She was visibly upset, but Emmanuel didn't want to risk it. She had grown far too important to him. He followed her and placed his hands on her shoulders. "Don't be like that," he said in a soothing tone. "We've been here for months and haven't met even one of your friends or any of the people you said you've saved from the offering. What are you hiding, Emmanuel? There's so much you're not telling me." He helped her with the faucet, filling her cup with water. "I don't want to put you in danger." Drinking from the cup, she turned around to face him. "I know what you're planning to do. I want to be a part of it. Why can't we do this together?" "Because it's too dangerous for you. I have no desire to lose you so soon. I've lived a meaningless existence these past centuries. And finally, I have something in you that I can live for. My death is acceptable. Yours isn't." The grip she had on the cup loosened, and it hit the floor, shattering to pieces. Emmanuel backed away. "Your death is not acceptable, you jerk," she shouted, pushing him. "Amy, please. No, I will not let you shoulder this all the way on your own. If you die, I die," she said furiously. "Amy, listen to me. I love you too much to risk your life and—" "So, was this the plan?" She cut him off. "To make me fall in love with you, only to see you die soon after? Was that the damn plan?" "No, of course not. I never planned to fall in love with you. I started this mission long before you were born, but I'm here now, and I'm a part of this. You can't keep me as your pet while you risk everything. You pulled me into this, so now you'll have to live with the consequences of my involvement. As long as I breathe, I will not allow you to perish." Emmanuel's eyes widened as she jumped towards him and hugged him tightly. She was shaking. He knew then just how much she'd fallen for him. The love between them couldn't be denied. "Look at me, Amy. I love you more than breathing. I just feel it's best to keep our relationship a secret. If the Coven finds out about us, it would mean both of our deaths." "I know, Emmanuel, I know. I agreed we should practice discretion, but I want to help you in your cause. I believe in the Alliance Sanctuary just as deeply as you do. I want to help. I need to help." He pulled her off his chest, planted a kiss on her soft, wet lips, and held her tight. The thought of losing her drove him mad. She stroked his hair and brushed her body against his. She could feel the throbbing bulk in his pants, something she had yet to see in the flesh. "Will you allow me to help?" she said softly. Emmanuel sighed and lifted her head to meet his. He placed his index finger on the bottom of her chin. She breathed into his mouth before he spoke. "Yes, Amy, of course you can help. We will need the support of not only vampires, but humans as well. The human faction of our cause can rest with you. When you return to Hymen, try to gather followers and start a resistance movement there. You will always have the backing of Dragoius behind you. I think this will be the least dangerous for you." Her eyes lit up in delight, and she hugged him tightly. "I'm glad you finally decided to trust me with this," she said, her face planted on his chest. "It's not trust, my little angel. It's fear and worry that kept me from involving you. For once in my 500 years, I have something to live for. I don't want that to be taken away from me. For once in my 20 years, I have something to live for, and I don't want that to be taken away from me either, she countered. Emmanuel smiled before sweeping her off her feet and carrying her to his bed. I never would have thought the gods would have been so merciful as to send me an angel like you to love me. She blushed and tried to hide her smile. Right back at ya, she said. After slapping his chest, she attempted to crawl away, but it was no use. He grabbed her ankles and pulled her back underneath his body and restrained her arms and legs. Laughing, she gave in and arched her back, pushing her bosom into his face. You tease me like this, yet you refuse to make love to me, she said. Emmanuel's expression went from playful to serious, and he climbed off her. She could see the sad look in his eyes, same as she did every time the subject of sex came up. Engaging him from behind, she sat upright, wrapped her arms around his back, and slid her hands upon his chest. Why don't you ever want to talk about this? Is there something wrong with me? She asked. It's not you, Amy, it's me. I've never given myself to anyone. She crawled over onto his lap and took his face in both hands. I'm just as brand new as you, Emmanuel. I find it hard to believe that you've been alive for 5 centuries and you're still a virgin. He pulled her closer. It's much more difficult than that. Then tell me what it is. I have the right to know, she pressed. He tried to lower his eyes, but her grip kept him from moving. She wanted the truth, and she would stop at nothing until he gave up the information. He shook his head, and her eyes became wide with concern. Tell me, Amen, she shouted. Amen, he said, smirking. Yes, that's my nickname for you, Amen. Now would you please tell me? Left with no other choice, he conceded to her demands. He took her hands in his and removed them from his face. Understand, Amy, I became a vampire at the age of 21. In appearance, I have not changed. However, with my vampirism came my powers. I have the gift of super strength, which makes me the most physically powerful vampire in the world. I'm afraid if I lose myself with someone, I may end up killing them. No vampire would be able to withstand my strength, and I can only imagine what I would do to a human. I don't want to end your life in the moment of uncontrollable passion. She jumped on top of him and pinned him to the bed. You won't hurt me, Amen. I know you can control it. Amy, I want you to be my first. In 3 months' time, I will be forced to choose a mate at the courting house. My 21st birthday is approaching, and according to our tradition, I must be courted before this time. I don't want to belong to someone else. I want to belong to you only. He didn't resist, as he could see the pain in her eyes. Depression filled him at the mention of her being forced into courtship, and he pushed her off, reversed her hold, and pinned her down on the bed. You never told me you had to be courted, he said, trying to hide his fury. Yes, it's our tradition. I'm sure you vampires have something similar, do you not? His fangs grew, as did his claws. I won't allow it. I will move you to Dragoius before I let that happen. She wrapped her legs around him and thrusted her inner thighs into his stomach. If you take me now, no man will want me. I will be yours forever. Unable to resist any longer, he cut her blouse down the middle with the claw of his index finger. His mouth drooled with anticipation. He wanted her more than anything. The lingering thought of him losing control still haunted him, forcing him to stop at her belly button. Do you love me unconditionally? I need to know, he said. More than myself, Emin, was her response. He released the grip he had on her wrist, and she wrapped her arms around his head and pulled him close. I don't want to hurt you, Amy. You won't. I trust you. He began to pull down her pants. Then a loud banging came from the other side of his front door.
"You can't escape me, Emmanuel. I've come to claim what's mine," shouted the Countess. "I can't believe this," bellowed Emmanuel. "Amy, please hide. She can't know you're here." Amy shot up, furious as hell. "If you turn me, I'll be able to take care of this bitch by myself." "There's no time. Hide in there." He pointed to his walk-in closet. "You're mine, Emmanuel," the Countess continued. "Neither my mate nor the Queen can save you this time." "I'll fucking kill her myself," screamed Amy, taking a knife from the kitchen. The blood's passion had fully engulfed her. She had to protect her mate, no matter the cost. "Amy, please listen to me. I assure you that she's no match for you. I'll take care of her. I just need you to hide," he said, before pushing her into the closet. He understood what she was feeling. However, even with all her rage, she was no match for a vampire. "It's time for me to drink you dry, to climax as I feel you breathe your last breath. Open this damn door so we can play," the Countess shouted, kicking at the door. Every threat, every sound of her voice enraged Amy that much more. However, she did what Emmanuel asked and hid in the closet. Moments later, the front door burst open as the insane vampiress kicked it to splinters. "Aha! There you are, my little slave," she proclaimed. "Countess, I have warned you repeatedly. If you come near me, I will not hold back. You will feel the full reach of my strength," Emmanuel cautioned. With an evil grin, she approached him, fangs ready to penetrate. "I would expect nothing less," she hissed. She launched at him, only to be met with his fist. He struck her with such intensity that she crashed through the walls and through the air. Emmanuel followed the Countess as she went, flying into the air for miles. Amy opened the closet door to see what was going on, but the house was empty. Both the Countess and Emmanuel were gone. Outside and far away, the Countess crashed into a tree and began to slide down its trunk. Emmanuel took her by the throat and threw her to the ground. "I told you to stay away from me, didn't I?" He took her by the neck once again and raised her in the air. "Choke me harder," she demanded, while flailing about. He threw her on the ground and dusted off his hands, thinking it was over. She opened her eyes and smiled. "You are more powerful than I could have imagined," she stuttered. "Are you going to leave me alone now? Or should we continue?" "Just fuck me, and you'll never hear from me again," she said, coughing. "Why don't you fuck your mate?" scolded Emmanuel. "I don't want my mate. I want you, goddammit. I just beat you senseless, and you still want me? Are you mad?" Wobbling to her feet, she smiled at him. "Mad with lust. The more you resist me, the more I want you. We are going to fuck. Be it now or a century from now. It's going to happen." "What the hell is going on here?" shouted the Queen. They both turned around, shocked. In their battle, they hadn't realized they'd traveled to the outside of the central city of Varinia. Emmanuel had struck her so hard miles away from where they started. Nobles and Coven members surrounded them. They both bowed as Queen Mireya approached. "My queen, we were just having a little discussion, that's all," said the Countess. "A discussion? I heard everything you said, Julia. I thought I ordered you to leave him alone." The Queen fumed. The Countess dropped to her knees. "I'm sorry, Queen Mireya." "Sorry? You're lucky he didn't kill you." "My queen, I had no intention of killing her. Nor did I want to do her any harm. I just want to protect myself," said Emmanuel. The Queen smiled. "I can see that. Look, this has gone on far too long. If sex will end this obsession of yours, then so be it. On the eve of the courting moon, I will allow you to have him, Countess. Only for one night. No bloodletting, feeding, or biting will be permitted. You are to make it quick, understood?" The Countess surged with delight upon hearing this proclamation. "Yes, my queen, of course. Thank you so much." Emmanuel's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe what he'd heard. "Wait 1 damn minute! You can't force me to sleep with this crazy woman." "Emmanuel, please. It's just sex. It is the way of the vampires. Just give her what she wants so we can be done with this." "Yes, Emmanuel. Just give me what I want." She smirked. "You fucking... No, wait. Yes, of course. I'll comply. I'll see you in 3 months." He bowed and walked away, smiling. Chapter 16. The first time. "There's no way I'm going to allow you to sleep with her, men. I'll kill her first," shouted Amy. He made it back to his home in the forest of Varinia. Amy had been distraught, having believed the Countess had gotten the better of him. Her relief of seeing him had dissolved when he told her the Queen's orders, though. "It's all right. Nothing will happen between her and me," Emmanuel assured her. Amy's eyes became tearful. "But you just said..." "Listen, there's a guy here who owes me a favor." "What does that have to do with..." "He can shapeshift. I'll just have him take my place when the time comes. He's a bit of a sex addict anyway. I'm sure he wouldn't mind going instead." The fast beat of Amy's heart started to slow. The shock of it all had sent a blitz of despair through her body. She couldn't imagine him being with anyone else. The very thought drove her into madness. She took his hand and pulled him close. "Change me and I'll get rid of her," she demanded. "I can't turn you into a vampire. You would never be able to return to Hymen if I did." She lowered her gaze and sighed. "If she tries something like that again, so help me." Emmanuel took the back of her head and pressed her to his chest. "I'm yours, Amy Vishneva. You don't need to worry about her. I've evaded her for centuries. Just know that everything I am belongs to you alone." Her eyes still wary, she looked up at him. "Everything?" she asked. "Yes, everything." Slowly, she put her hands under his shirt and then massaged his pecs and abs. "Everything?" she whispered, before kneeling and kissing beneath his navel. Emmanuel removed his shirt and allowed her to continue. He couldn't believe he was going to let this happen. He closed his eyes to channel his gifts. He wanted to suppress them as much as he could. Amy continued to kiss even lower. She unbuckled his belt, grabbed the back of his pants with her fingertips, and pulled them down. His throbbing manhood was right in her face. She didn't know what to do from that point. This was all new to her, and the shock of how far they'd gone hit her just then. Emmanuel looked down to see Amy staring at his manhood, motionless. "We can stop now if you want," he said. Undeterred, she gazed up at him and smiled. "No, let's continue." Going off what she'd seen in old softcore movies, she took his cock in her hands and licked the tip. Emmanuel gasped at the sensation. Her warm, wet tongue caused him to throb more intensely. She lifted his cock higher and licked the front slowly, using her whole tongue. Emmanuel's moan made her moist. He couldn't believe this was happening. Gently, she opened her mouth wide and lowered it onto his cock. "Fuck," he exclaimed. She moved her head up and down on his length, saliva dripping all over him. He kept his arms crossed over his chest. He still feared what he would do if he were caught up in the moment. She cupped his balls and massaged them slowly with the palm of her hand. He walked backwards until his feet met the bed. Amy followed, crawling on her knees, never taking her mouth off his cock. Slowly, he sat down. His eyes rolled onto the back of his head. Amy moved up and down on his cock faster. She tried not to gag when his length journeyed deeper into her throat. Emmanuel fisted the sheets of the bed and moaned louder. The higher his screams, the more moist she became. Saliva was dripping over her mouth and down his cock. Her panties were soaking wet in anticipation of what was to come. Releasing his manhood, she looked up at her lover, her mate, and requested him desperately. "Take me." He hoisted her onto his lap and ripped her panties off with an animalistic rage of sexual tension. 500 years of sexual frustration is about to be unleashed upon you, Amy. Are you sure you want to do this? He asked with caution. Saying no words, she massaged his cock, lifted herself up, and slowly eased herself onto it. The pain set in. She could feel her insides opening up. She backed away from his cock to collect herself. "Take your time," he said sensually. Again, she inserted his cock and slowly lowered herself until her inner thighs met his shaft. "Oh my fucking God," Emmanuel shouted. He laid down on the bed, face full of ecstasy. The first few strokes were painful for his lover. He gently caressed her breast and stomach, as he could see the look of unease on her face. She placed both hands on his chest and swayed her hips back and forth, slowly. "I never thought it would feel so good," he said, as his eyes glowed a soothing green. Stroke after stroke, the pain began to subside, and the feeling of pleasure started to resonate within her. "Slowly, Amen," she said, as he started to thrust deeper. His fangs gleamed, and he wanted nothing more than to penetrate her neck to taste her essence. He placed his hands behind his back, as a precaution, although Amy tried to put them around her. She wanted to feel his muscled arms on her body. Still, he was afraid of what he might do. She changed her motions from back and forth to up and down as she bounced on his cock. The spring of the bed made the movements more intense. "Oh my," Emmanuel began to say, while trying to keep his hands to himself. The more she moved, the higher the pleasure. Soon, she found herself riding his cock with fury. The sound of skin slapping against skin, coupled with the wetness trickling out of her, was driving him mad. He needed to embrace her, to hold her close to his body. "You're getting bigger. I can feel it," she screamed, moving her hips back and forth again. The passion had him now. He released his arms from behind his back and wrapped them around her body. "Yes," she whispered. He held her so close as her breast touched his chest. Her soft, warm body was like paradise on earth. He never wanted this to end. "Tell me if I'm hurting you," he said. "You could never hurt me," she replied. She opened her mouth and bit his chest while continuing to thrust. He placed both hands on her soft, plush backside and ground her walls onto his cock. "Dear God," she moaned before biting him again. "You're going to make me fucking come, man." He pushed into her deeper. "Let's come together," he declared. Digging her nails into his shoulders, she repeatedly bit and sucked on his chest and neck. Her aggressiveness aroused him to insanity. With her breast pushed against his chest, the sweat began to drip from her body onto his. Her warmth was driving him mad. He wanted to explode inside of her, a rush he'd never felt until now. "Slowly, gently," she said. He freed his hands from her backside and commenced massaging her thighs. Harder and faster, she swayed, unable to withhold the pending climax that would rush throughout her entire body. I can't lose control," Emmanuel repeated, letting go of her thighs and fisting his sheets beneath him. Amy didn't relent. She continued to move her hips back and forth, engulfed in the pleasure of his pulsing cock. Her walls squeezed his manhood tightly as her climax approached. Emmanuel pushed himself deeper inside of her, moving his body in rhythm with hers. Don't stop, Eman," she shouted, fangs in full view. He opened his eyes with a slight grin. "I'll never stop. Bathe me in your juices." He stated with a hunger that had been waiting to be released his entire life. He grabbed the sides of the bed and tore chunks of the soft cushions out from under it. The climax was near for the both of them. Neither had thought their first time would be so tantalizing. The sexual chemistry between them was unreal. Amy lifted herself from his body and placed both hands on his chest. She bounced up and down on his cock, causing him to moan louder. I'm, she stuttered. "Just let it happen," he said. Within minutes, they both unleashed a defying scream. Amy crumbled to his chest, thoroughly exhausted. Emmanuel had ripped apart the bedpost and what was left of the cushion surrounding them. His cock still throbbing, he pulled out and released his seed on her backside. She licked his chest and neck while gasping for breath. "That was fucking amazing," she panted. "Did I hurt you at all?" he asked, exhausted as well. She lifted her head from his chest and looked him in the face with a satisfied smile. "Not in the least," she responded, before she shoved her tongue into his mouth. He wrapped his arms around her gently and returned the kiss. Sweat dripped from both of them, and Emmanuel's heart palpitated once. "Did you feel that?" Amy said in surprise. "Feel what?" he asked. She placed her hands on his chest, but the thump she heard before did not repeat. "I guess it was nothing." She laid her head on his chest again, closed her eyes, and fell into a slumber. Emmanuel ran his fingers through her hair and looked out the window into the night sky. He had finally found her, the one person in the world who would bring him happiness. His fears of harming the first woman he made love to had been shattered. With her, he was complete, fulfilled. Chapter 17. The Plan. "Where the hell have you been?" said Nativ. Cynthia was by his side, about to ask the same question, as was Masego. Emmanuel entered the palace, all smiles, as if he just conquered the world. Amy had safely returned to Hyman to proceed in starting a resistant movement against the Coven there. Emmanuel was steadfast in his decision to keep her identity a secret. If the Coven found Dragoius and captured any one of them there, they'd force the information out by any means necessary. This was the last thing he wanted. Covertedness was his only weapon in maintaining her safety. He sat down at a large kitchen table in the main hallway between his room and the dining area. With a blood bag in his right hand and a glass of white wine in his left, he sipped one and then the other, unable to wipe the grin off his face. Masego sat next to him and smiled. "I know what happened to you," he said. Emmanuel turned his head to Masego and sat the glass on the table. "What?" he asked. "I've seen that look before. You've fallen for someone." Nativ and Cynthia gasped in delight. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Emmanuel, the one who'd sworn himself to celibacy, was now in love. "Is it true?" asked Cynthia. He sat there, trying to figure out a way to answer their question without telling them too much. After finishing the blood bag, he took another sip of his wine and sighed. "Yes, I found someone, but for her safety, I think it's best I keep her identity a secret for now." Nativ patted him on the back joyfully. "This is a moment to celebrate, don't you think?" Cynthia passed around glasses of red wine before sitting on Nativ's lap. They held their wine glasses high and made a toast to Emmanuel's newfound relationship. Embarrassed, Emmanuel nodded and sipped his drink. Has there been any word from the envoys we sent out to the other kingdoms? He asked in an attempt to change the subject. Yes, there has, said Baldassar. Emmanuel and the others turned as he entered the room with Constantino, one of Ignacio's younger brothers.
Baldassar!
Where the hell have you been? Shouted Emmanuel. Nativ placed his hand on Emmanuel's shoulder. He's been through hell, my friend. He was in prison the same time we were. That was the reason he wasn't able to tell anyone here what was happening to us, Nativ explained. Really? When were you released? Just last week, Baldassar said with weary eyes. Last week? Shouted Emmanuel. He jumped from his seat and gave Baldassar a warm hug. I didn't know you were being held captive, let alone for that long. It's quite all right. You wouldn't have known either way. The Queen took me without the consent of the Coven. I was in confinement in secret. It wasn't until Nativ asked about my whereabouts that the Queen had released me. She'd forgotten about me. Why didn't you go straight to the Coven as soon as you were freed? Asked Cynthia. He gave her an embittered look. Because of Dragoius. She told me if I went to the Coven, she would have the armories of Varinia burn this place to the ground. I couldn't risk that. Cynthia took him by the hand and sat him in the chair next to Nativ. Finishing his wine, Emmanuel took his seat and rubbed Baldassar's back. You're here now. Soon, the Coven and Mireya will pay for what they've done, he confided. It's quite all right. I enjoyed my confinement. She imprisoned me in the pleasure escorts district a few miles from the Coven's palace. Emmanuel's sympathetic face turned to that of shock in a matter of seconds. What the hell do you mean? He bellowed. Yes, you never told me about the pleasure district, said Nativ, trying to hide his smile. Baldassar slowly got up from his seat, but Cynthia took his hand and sat him down. Explain, she said bluntly. He held his hands up. Listen, it's not what you think. I was a prisoner. Prisoner and pleasure district don't go together very well, Masego chimed in. She kept me captive in that place for over 5 years. I'm the head gate guard of Varinia. It was the only location the Coven wouldn't be able to find me. I was caged for an hour a day. An hour a day, you say? I was caged every hour of every day for the full 5 years, said Emmanuel. Hey, it's not like I asked to be in prison there, he countered. So why didn't you escape? Asked Cynthia. I couldn't. The Count of Aureus made sure of that. He placed a field around the room I was in. Trust me, if I could have escaped, I would have. Emmanuel sighed and tapped his knuckles on the table to get everyone's attention. Baldassar may not have suffered as much as Nativ and he did, but that no longer mattered. As everyone turned to him, he looked at Baldassar. He knew it wasn't Baldassar's fault. They were all in this together, regardless of the amount of suffering inflicted. It's all right, Baldassar. As you said, it isn't like you requested to be sent there, did you? Emmanuel joked. Of course not, he said mockingly. Constantino cleared the glasses from the table. Cynthia wrapped her arms around Nativ's neck and shoulders as Baldassar glared at them with a hint of jealousy. The uneasy look in his eyes was not lost on Emmanuel. He cleared his throat disruptively to get everyone to focus on the task before them. He knew his former mate well, and as long as the leverage he had on her was in play, they would be safe. However, the vindictive nature of the Queen would see to it that anyone who knew of her misdeeds would not live very long. Gathering followers to their cause was more important now than ever. Baldassar, did Mireya say anything to you regarding your release? Asked Emmanuel. No, she simply warned me not to mention my imprisonment to the Coven, or I would suffer a dire fate, he confessed. Well, that does sound like her, Nativ said. In any case, The envoys we sent to Civitas, Aureus, and Dawn should be back within the next 2.5 months with status updates. We've heard from Dawn, but nothing from Civitas or Aureus. The envoys are going to rendezvous just outside the Shadowlands on the border of the Flatlands, just in case they have any unwanted guest. Emmanuel nodded in approval. That was around the same time he'd been required to give himself to the Countess for one night. After she had her fill with his replacement, her constant stalking would be put to an end. As long as everything is going to plan, we shouldn't be too worried, but there is a truth we need to uncover if we're to go further in our mission, said Emmanuel. And that is? Asked Cynthia. You know what it is. We need to find out why love is forbidden. They looked at each other. Most members of the Coven weren't even aware of their closely guarded secret. Not even Emmanuel knew, despite the fact that he had chosen to rule Varinia. Nativ gazed into Cynthia's eyes. How do you suppose we do that? Nativ asked. I'm not sure. To tell you the truth, I fed on Mireya. I saw her deepest thoughts and secrets, but I couldn't see this one. Perhaps she doesn't know, said Cynthia. Oh, she knows. I felt her struggling to hide it from me when we were trapped in her void of thought. Impossible, Nativ intruded. It would take a great deal of willpower to hide thoughts from someone who's tasted your blood. Well, she does possess the gift of contact mind thought. Perhaps Markanday trained her to hide this one secret deep within her, Cynthia said. To be honest, I wasn't searching her blood for the answer. I was more concerned with staying alive in the time, Emmanuel confessed. Maybe you could try feeding on her again, said Baldassar. Sorry, but there's no way in hell I'm going to do that. I barely survived last time. They gazed upon one another, brainstorming how they could force the Coven to reveal this secret. Emmanuel realized something. There was no doubt the Count of Aureus knew. It would be a stretch to believe he'd share it with his mate, the Countess. What are you thinking? Asked Baldassar. Emmanuel sighed heavily. Something I promised someone I wouldn't do, he said with a heavy heart. Tell us, said Cynthia. A week ago, the Countess of Aureus found me on my estate. As you would imagine, she tried to force me against my will again, and we ended up fighting, which spilled into the main city, where the Queen and some Coven members found us. To put an end to her obsession, the Queen decreed that she could have me during the courting moon. It would be around the same time our envoys get back here. What? Are you serious? She can't do that, Cynthia hissed. Apparently she can, because the Coven members who were there agreed with her. So you are to have sex with this woman against your will, asked Baldassar. Therein lies the dilemma. I agreed because I have someone who will take on my appearance, on the night in question. When I asked him, he was more than willing. However, if I do it myself, there's a chance I can steal the secret by feeding upon her. I know the Count shared the secret with her, and if I could just sink my fangs into her for but a moment, we would have what we need. They looked at each other with a mixture of shock and relief. This was precisely what they needed, if only Emmanuel was willing to make the sacrifice. Are you going to go through with it? Nativ asked. I can't. I promised her I wouldn't, he said fretfully. Cynthia turned her gaze to him, understanding Emmanuel's position. If you promised her, then you promised her. Nothing more needs to be said, she stated. Why don't you have whomever is taking your place steal the secret and tell us later? Baldassar suggested. That's assuming she even knows, said Nativ. We risk nothing either way, countered Baldassar. Emmanuel nodded. Then so be it. I'll ask him as soon as I get back to Varinia. If all goes well, we'll have what we need. Cynthia placed her arms around Nativ again, sparking Baldassar's glance, ignoring their seemingly progressive love triangle. Emmanuel bid them well and left for his living quarters.
Chapter 18.
Passion in the Rain. "We have to be careful. My father is growing suspicious," said Amy. The night sky was filled with fog, as always, and the moon glared down on the lands. The courting moon was near, and soon she would be forced to choose a mate. Emmanuel had made his way back to Hymen the moment the night had descended. He couldn't stand to be away from her for more than a couple of hours. With each passing day, Amy's father grew more impatient. Her 21st birthday was quickly approaching, and it was forbidden by Coven law to go without a mate after that age has been reached. Both Amy and Emmanuel climbed out her window and then made it outside into the forest. The air was warm and welcoming with a hint of humidity. "I probably should have put shoes on before coming out here," she said. She tried her best to avoid the sharp pieces of wood and rocks on the ground. "Let me be of assistance," said Emmanuel. He scooped her up into his arms, threw her over his shoulder, and then softly tapped her on the backside. "Amen," she said in surprise. "Now you don't have to worry about walking," he tapped her again. "So now I'm your plaything?" she said mockingly. "On the contrary, I'm your plaything. You can do with me as you wish. I'm yours, body and spirit." "Then change me," she requested yet again. Reaching a large oak tree that smelled of crystallia flowers and mint, he sat her down gently. He took his place by her side, and they both leaned against the tree and gazed at each other. A glint of concern arose in Emmanuel's eyes when he looked at her stunning face. "Why do you want me to change you?" he asked. She rubbed her hand on his chest and undid the first 3 buttons on his shirt. "Because I want to be with you forever, and so I can protect you from that bitch." Emmanuel tried to hold in his laughter. "You don't have to protect me. I've always been able to evade her. As soon as my friend gives her what she wants, she'll no longer desire me. I'll be free of her relentless come-ons forever," he assured her. Still, uneasy about the whole thing, she unbuttoned the rest of his shirt and laid her head on his chest. What if she finds out it's not you? What if they discover— "They won't, Amy, I promise. There isn't anything to worry about." She looked up at him with a profound seriousness in her eyes. It worried him. Her expression was that of anger. "What's wrong?" he asked. Her hands were shaking. "I'm just imagining her touching your body. The very thoughts make me want to kill her." "Amy, please calm down," he said in a soft voice to still her. She dug her fingernails into his bicep, trying to rid her mind of those jealous thoughts. It tickled him a bit that she would be so upset over the Countess, someone he had no interest in at all. "Amy," he said, and then looked down at his arm. Nail prints were embedded in his skin. "Oh, I'm sorry." She began to rub his arm to remove the marks. "It's quite all right. You're cute when you're jealous," he joked and then kissed her forehead. "Don't make fun of me, Amen. I'm serious about that little succubus," she hissed. He wrapped his arm around her waist and hoisted her up onto his lap. "Look at me, my little sweet angel. Let's not make this night about her. This is about us." He ran his tongue over her lips before pushing it into her mouth. She hugged him tightly and laid her tongue on top of his. Taking the back of her neck, he pulled her in and eased his mouth deeper into her. Her nipples hardened. She was wearing a pink silk nightgown that didn't leave much to the imagination. The moment she'd known her lover was on his way to Hymen, she slipped on something that would entice his arousal. She pulled away from the tongue lock they'd been engaged in and rubbed his face with the back of her hand. "I have something to tell you," she said nervously. "What is it?" he asked. "You're going to be upset," she cautioned. Emmanuel sat upright. His demeanor became serious. "Tell me," he pressed. My father and our monarch made an agreement. They've chosen my mate for me. They say I've waited too long to find someone. Emmanuel's eyes lit up red as he tried to contain his anger. What are you trying to say? A man wanted to mate with our monarch's daughter, Jessa Cummings. She's a noble who will work for our council. Blathen, our monarch, deemed he was unworthy of his daughter, and to see they were never joined. He forced me to mate with him. My father agreed to it because he's ill and won't be around much longer. He just wants someone to take care of me when he's gone. Emmanuel ran his fingers through her hair. Sadness overcame him. I'll take care of you, he said. I know, Emen. I want to be with you alone. I have no desire to mate with him. What's his name? Bruce. He's in love with Jessa and has no desire to mate with me either. We're both being forced against our will, she stressed. Emmanuel slammed his fist on the ground, cracking the stones and dirt in two. Amy was startled but not surprised. Over my fucking dead body will you mate with someone else? He asserted with fury in his voice. I promise I will not. I'm yours forever. I have no choice but to take you to Dragoius. I had my people build a bunker underneath our palace. We'll live there if need be. She kissed his forehead, and her eyes watered. Okay, she whispered. I love you too much to let you go, he said passionately. Amy crossed her arms over her lap, took her nightgown by the waist, and pulled it off over her head. Her soft, voluptuous breast met his eyes. His fangs extended. Go ahead, I know you want to, she enticed him. He ran his tongue over her right nipple. His mouth opened in pleasure while she embraced the feeling. His lips and tongue soon engulfed her breast. He bit down gently, tasting her sweet, pure blood. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head, and she ripped her panties off. She wanted him inside of her more than anything. Like a desperate drug addict, she feverishly unbuckled his pants and pulled them down. Emmanuel still had his fangs on her breast, slowly sucking droplets of blood from her. The pain from it drove her mad with lust. She took his cock, throbbing rock hard in her hand, and slowly inserted it into her dripping womanly lips. Emmanuel bit her harder as he entered her. He cupped her backside in his hands and moved her up and down. Fucking bite me harder, she screamed out, then began to ride him more intensely. He encircled his arms around her and hugged her tighter, pushing her breast farther into his mouth. Yes, like that, just like that, she cried out. Emmanuel had to be careful not to crush her in his grip. He had to maintain control, but the way she was riding him made it difficult. Releasing his fangs from her flesh, he looked up at her, her head to the sky. Her eyes were closed, and she was licking and perking her lips. Amy was caught in a trance of pleasure from his pulsating cock. Nothing else existed but his manhood as it thrust deeper inside of her. It feels so much better than last time, she panted. Emmanuel licked the blood from her and began to fondle both breasts tenderly. A drizzle started from the night sky, coming from the clouds unseen. The lovers welcomed it. The rain served to increase the hedonistic indulgence they were captured in. Emmanuel licked the sweat from her neck and pushed himself deeper inside of her. The rain from the leaves made the tree heavy, and they began to fall around the couple, twinkling in the moonlight as they drifted to the ground. It was magical. Emmanuel and Amy were immersed in their lovemaking, yet still gave notice to this beautiful sight. Amy slowed her thrusting and held his head close to her breast. I want this to last forever, she said sadly. Liquid dripped onto the top of his forehead, and he didn't know if it was rain or tears from her eyes. Are you all right? He asked. You can't leave me, Amen. You just can't. She started to thrust faster. I'll never leave you, Amy. You're my life now,
he confessed. She took hold of his face and looked him deeply in the eyes. Promise me you'll always love me. Promise me you'll never stop making love to me. Promise me you will never mate with anyone else, that you'll be there for me no matter what. He pushed his cock deeper in her, causing her to gasp in ecstasy. I promise you that, and so much more. I love you, Amy Vishneva, forever, he said sincerely. No, not Vishneva, Laskar de Font. I will take your love and your name, Amy Laskar de Font, she said proudly. His thrust became harder. And I'm going to give both to you, now and forever. She cried tears of both happiness and sadness, swaying her hips faster on his lap. Their emotions blazed in a riot of passionate fire. Neither of them have ever felt anything like this before. Emmanuel put his hand on her hip and moved her to the motion of his lap. His cock felt as if it was about to explode at any minute. The look on Amy's face told him she was close to climax as well. Amen, amen, she shouted and then dug her nails into his back. Amy, he whispered, moving her hips faster. I'm not going to let you pull out of me, amen. Do you understand? I won't let you pull out, she cried in pleasure. Emmanuel could say no words, as the feeling had him trapped in a trance. The rain started to pour down intensely, and the thunder roared, creating an outward manifestation of the desire raging within them. They were both soaking wet, and the sound of the raindrops produced a cadence that mirrored the resonance of their skin slapping against each other. Amy clamped her thighs tight on his lap and ground on him. Her walls squeezed him tightly. I'm coming, he shouted. Yes, she yelled. Let's come together. Her walls clenched tight as she ground them continuously upon his cock, forcing her to cream all over him. He couldn't pull out, nor did he want to. He took his hands off her and clawed at the tree they were leaning on, ripping off the bark. The rain continued to hit them. He exploded inside of her. The thunder masked their ecstasy-fueled screams, ensuring no one would hear. Each time they made love, it was more passionate, more memorable than the last, as if nature itself were playing along with their orgasmic rendezvous. The rain stopped as soon as they reached their height of their sexual peak, giving way to the stars and the glowing moon. Emmanuel's eyes shifted in color rapidly. They were both amazed at how destructively climactic their orgasm had been. Shivering in each other's arms, neither one of them could move. And then, I can't believe I came so hard. I can't move, she panted while out of breath. Nor can I, he whispered, out of breath. Slowly, she moved her head and looked at him as if she could see into his soul. Though she couldn't see his eyes change color, she could sense the glow in them. Soaking wet and exhausted, she leaned back until her head met the ground. She lay there, arching herself. Emmanuel gazed at her naked body, unable to fathom how someone so beautiful could exist. The bite on her breast was still bleeding subtly. He wanted to sink his fangs into her again, but was unsure if she would be able to take it. As her chest moved up and down from her huffed breathing, he ran his hands over her stomach, massaging gently. Amen, why do you always take your hands off me when you're about to come? She asked. His brow rose, as if she already knew the reason. So I don't end up hurting you. Just look what I did to this tree. He took hold of her wrist and pulled her back to his chest. She saw the tree and his handprints where he had ripped entire chunks out of it. She was shocked. I can't believe how strong you are. I told you, Amy, it's my gift. I can't help it. I've never felt a need until now, but maybe with time, I can learn to control it. She cupped his jaw and kissed him slowly. Take me to Dragoius, she requested. He touched her blushing cheek and smiled. Soon, my one and only. Soon. We have some things to take care of first. Once our envoys return with news, I'll take you there. I just want to ensure everything will be safe for you before I do. You promise? Her eyes watered. Yes, my love, I promise. As she sank into him and closed her eyes, she heard a single thump in his chest that alerted her. What was that? She asked, before taking his hand and putting it over his heart. Did you sense that, Amen? What? It sounded like a heartbeat. He looked at her and chuckled. Hearing things, are we? He joked. I'm serious, and this isn't the first time. He took the back of her head and pulled her in close. If my heart is beating, it's beating only for you. She looked up at him, never wanting to leave his side. I love you, Emmanuel Laskar de Font. As do I, Amy Laskar de Font.
Chapter 19.
Discovered. As much as it tore him into pieces to be away from his love for so long, he still had a mission and people who relied on its success. Victory meant everything, and the love that had spellbound him since he met her only fueled his resolve. In the months that passed, he'd seen her a couple of times. He wanted to make love to her on his last visit, but her father had suddenly passed away in the night, sparking him to return to Dragoius before he was discovered. Emmanuel wanted nothing more than to be there for his lover, his mate, but the chance of being caught was too high. Amy assured him she would be fine. Nevertheless, she was alone now, and the pressure from the council for her to mate with Bruce Dunnings was becoming insurmountable. Emmanuel knew this, and the sooner his envoys came back, the sooner he could get her out of Hymen and into his arms. The envoys from the kingdom of Civitas, Aureus, and Dawn were due to arrive, and Emmanuel was anxious. Within a couple of hours, his replacement was bound for the palace to have sex with the Countess while the Queen and the Coven nobles watched. He wanted to be there, as well, to make sure everything went according to plan. If his replacement could bite her and suck the knowledge they needed from her blood, then their power to influence the masses against the Coven would increase tenfold. This was the big day, yet his thoughts were only of Amy. He planned to watch his replacement and the Countess make love, head back to Dragoius to meet his envoys, and then go to Hymen and take Amy to their new kingdom. He just hoped it would all work out as smoothly as it did in his head. Wrapped from head to toe in a dingy gray robe, he entered the palace hallway where Queen Mireya, the Count of Aureus, the Archduke, and many others were waiting. His replacement stood near a shrouded wall, waiting for his signal. They made eye contact, and Emmanuel approached him discreetly. Thank you so much for this, Switham. You're doing me a huge favor, whispered Emmanuel. Switham smiled and shook his head. Quite the opposite, my dear friend. It is you who is doing me a favor. I've wanted to fuck this woman for as long as I can remember. Now I'll get the chance without any interference from her mate. If it were anyone else, I would have charged you 1,000 blood chips, he joked. Sure you would have, Emmanuel mocked. It was almost time to begin, and Switham was more than ready. The Countess, wearing nothing more than a red silk robe, entered the hall and presented herself on the altar where they would join. Her hair was down, and her face was the essence of anticipation. She had been waiting for this for centuries, and it was finally coming to fruition. The Count of Aureus stood by the Queen, next to her throne as the Coven members took their seats. They hadn't participated in a public copulation in almost 2 decades, and they were all excited to watch. This was the way of the vampire, and with eternity comes boredom. To the nobles of Varinia, this was much-needed entertainment. Switham looked upon the crowd with exhilaration. He was going to give them a show they'd never forget. He smiled at Emmanuel, who nodded in return. I'll see you later, he said, before taking on Emmanuel's appearance. While it was strange for Emmanuel to look at someone who bore his image, he could see the subtle differences between them. He just hoped the Countess didn't notice them as well as he did. Switham donned a black silk robe and walked over to the hall. He approached the Countess from behind, who gave him a fanged grin. "I'm going to fuck the absolute shit out of you," she whispered. Switham said no words, only smiled. He wanted to hide his enthusiasm as much as possible. She disgusted the real Emmanuel, so he had to pretend he was as well. "Did you hear me, Emmanuel? I said I'm finally going to fuck you into oblivion," she remarked triumphantly. "Countess of Aureus, let your body do the talking. We'll see if you can handle me, since I'm being forced to do this. Why don't we just make the most out of it?" said Switham, holding back his smirk. "As you wish," she flashed her fangs. Queen Mireya stood from her throne, made of red velvet and gold. All the chattering in the room halted, and all eyes were asphyxiated to her. "As I declared to the both of you, no feeding, biting, or bloodletting of any kind. If either of you violates this edict, you will be thrown from each other and kept separate for eternity. Is that understood?" she announced. They both bowed, signifying they comprehended her instructions. "Good. With that, your altar of lust awaits." The floor rumbled, and an opening appeared behind them. In a circular motion, a large bed emerged and stilled before them. It was equipped with crimson satin sheets and various pillows made from cotton and Kalkany bird feathers. It was in the shape of an oval and was large enough to fit 8 people. All the lights went out, and the members in attendance took their seats at the command of the Queen. A neon red spotlight appeared on the couple as they made their way to the bed. "I'm going to explode inside your pussy thousands of times." Switham let slip from his lips. She gasped in delight. "So this whole time, you've just been holding back your desire for me? Interesting," she stated. Switham didn't say another word. If he continued to let things such as that escape his mouth, she might find out the truth. Emmanuel watched from a distance, happy that he didn't have to go through with this himself. She tore the robe from Switham's body, which revealed his pulsing erection. She backed up on the bed and began to rub her clit in a circular motion. She was dripping wet, ready to be penetrated. "That luscious pussy is mine," he said in a commanding tone. He slid on top of her and pushed his cock deep into her wet gash. The crowd looked on in awe, most getting hot and excited by their display. Wrapping her legs around his waist, she palmed his muscled backside with both hands and forced him in deeper. Like an uncontrollable force of nature, Switham pressed and pulled himself in and out of her as if he never fucked before. Drool dripped from the Countess's mouth as her tongue swooshed to the sides of her lips. "You're going to fuck me into oblivion? I'm going to fuck you into oblivion," he shouted. The Countess was speechless. She was too caught up in the passion to say a word, and his cock was far too big for her to handle. Switham was giving her well beyond what she had signed up for. She released her legs from his waist and tried to push him away by the stomach, but it only made him want more. He pulled out and flipped her over onto her stomach. Gasping, she tried to crawl away, but Switham yanked her back by her ankles. "Where the fuck do you think you're going?" he growled. "Emmanuel, please," she begged. "What's wrong? This is what you wanted, isn't it?" He took her hips, pulled her backside into his lap, and penetrated her again. Her screams echoed throughout the entire palace, and the members watching became more aroused. "This is amazing," whispered the Queen while bearing down on her armrest. The clapping sound of his lap against her ass captivated everyone in the attendance. Switham was relentless, his cock and balls dripping with her juices. She was squirting all over him, and he loved it. He waited so long for this moment, and he wasn't going to waste a second of it. One after another, The Countess tore the pillows to shreds with her fangs and claws. The pain of his cock made her come harder and harder. Take it all, he yelled repeatedly. He took a fistful of her hair, yanked her head back, and put his lips to her ear. Did you hear what I said? I said take this fucking cock, he bellowed, then rammed inside of her harder. She couldn't speak. All she could do was scream. Emmanuel was in awe. Switham was doing him a great service. After she'd been utterly destroyed by him, there was no way she'd think of harassing him again. She tried to buck Switham repeatedly, but his grip on her hips were steady. Each time she tried to get away, he pulled her back in and punished her with his cock. She wasn't going anywhere. Escape was futile. With one broad push inside of her pussy, he threw her down like a savage. Shaking, she tried to crawl away again, but Switham jumped on top of her and pinned her down before entering her again. Emmanuel, I can't. Stop this, I'm finished, she cried. Switham smiled deviously. But I'm not fucking finished, he hissed, before shoving deeper inside of her. He grabbed the back of her neck and forced her face into the bed. You're my plaything now. He reached around and began to play with her clit, using his middle and index finger while ramming his cock in and out of her. She came, screaming loud. Emmanuel started to worry that she would realize it wasn't him. He wasn't that aggressive, and he didn't take pleasure in seeing others suffer. Switham seemed to be getting off on her begs for mercy, however. Her ass flapped and jiggled violently each time. Switham thrust his cock inside of her. It was as if he were possessed. Some of the nobles in attendance began to pair off, kissing and groping, while others left to engage in a passionate session of lovemaking themselves. She tried to get his hands off her clit. She dug her claws into him to pull him off, but it didn't work, and he wouldn't stop. He had dominated her, and her struggles to resist led to nothing. She would not win this game. I can't come again, she huffed. Oh, but you will, he shouted, and then rubbed her clit faster. She couldn't take it anymore. She had to bite him. Fangs extended. She chomped at the open air, trying to turn around so she could penetrate his skin. Switham moved his hand from the back of her neck to her head and rammed her face back into the pillow. No biting, remember? He said with a smile. 45 minutes had passed, and in that time, Switham never stopped his relentless pounding. She had soaked the center of the bed with her sweat and juices. She was entirely out of energy, and lay on top of the bed like a lifeless doll, while Switham continued to pound her. Are you ready for my cum? I'm going to bust inside of you, he shouted. Shivering, all she could do was lie there. He took hold of her hips and arched her backside into him. Are you ready? Are you fucking ready? He said before letting out a deafening scream, climaxing in her wet pussy. Shaking furiously, he collapsed on top of her and rolled off to the side. Blood bags, shouted the queen. They were both breathless, as if they ran the equator twice in under a minute. He finally gotten what he wanted, as did she seemingly. Emmanuel was ecstatic. In his mind, she deserved every second of punishment Switham imposed on her. The crowd applauded them both for putting on such a great display. You know, Emmanuel, for a virgin, you've surely outdone yourself, said the Count of Aureus. They were both handed blood bags, but as they started to drink, the Archduke busted through the main entrance of the hall only minutes after having left. Traitor! He shouted, pointing at Switham. Emmanuel's eyes went wide as the Archduke and legion of guards held up the heads of the people he sent on the envoys to the other kingdoms. You thought we wouldn't find out what you were up to? Seize him, the Archduke commanded. The guard surrounded the bed while Switham was sucking out his blood bag. Sensing that his plot had reached its limit, Switham changed back to his original form to the shock of everyone. "You!" shouted the Countess, still weary and sore. "Yes, that's right, it's me," he said nonchalantly. Disgust written all over her face, she pulled the sheets over her body and jumped out of bed furious. "I'll kill you," she threatened. Switham finished his blood bag and threw it to the floor. "Don't pretend as if you didn't enjoy it," he said, laughing. The guards snatched Switham to his feet. "Where the hell is Emmanuel, you fiend?" she said, ready to dig her fangs into him. "It's not a matter of where he is, it's a matter of where I am," he said, before shifting the light around his body and vanishing. Queen Mireya, having the gift of light shifting herself, was able to sense where he was. She jumped down from the balcony and landed right on top of him. When she sank her fangs into his neck, Switham could no longer hold his powers together and began apparent again. She sucked him within an inch of life, then picked him up by the neck and threw him into the arms of one of the guards. "Put him in solitary. I know exactly where Emmanuel has gone." With his secret out, it was only a matter of time before hers was revealed. She had to get to Emmanuel before anyone else did. "There's no need. We've got him," shouted the Archduke. 15 guards had restrained him before he could make it to the exit. The Queen gave him a look of warning. Emmanuel, however, knew her well. He wasn't about to reveal her secret. "Take him back to the same cell he rotted in before," said the Archduke. They hit him with multiple electric shocks from their stun guns to keep his strength at bay. "How did you find them?" asked Emmanuel before falling to his knees. "The Queen of Aureus caught your envoys when they entered her kingdom. With one poke of her fang, she knew everything and warned the other Coven members in each kingdom. You were given leniency once before for your betrayal, Emmanuel. This time, there will be no escaping your fate. Take him," the Archduke ordered. "Oh, and by the way, your kingdom will be nothing but ash by morning," he laughed. "You fucking bastards," screamed Emmanuel before one of the guards shocked him into unconsciousness.
Chapter 20. The end of a savior. Loneliness in the dark had become his reality. Most of the members of his kingdom had been able to escape, but not by chance. The Coven wanted them to live out their lives as vagabonds. All the humans who had been saved had been taken back to Varinia, where they would be processed. Darmuth and Eshma, who'd seen personally to the destruction and slaughter, led the attack. All the women were slaughtered by the order of the Coven as a lesson. Romantic love and fraternizing with humans will forever be forbidden. The only thing that comforted him was the fact that Nativ, the 3 young brothers, and Masego were still alive. Balthazar wasn't there at the time, so his involvement was left unrevealed. He'd known it was much too risky sending the envoys to the Aureus kingdom, but it'd been a risk worth taking. Of the 9 kingdoms, Aureus was the most powerful, and support there would have been a crippling blow to the Coven and Varinia. As Emmanuel lay on the floor of the cell, his thoughts remained on his love, Amy. It had been 2 months since he last seen her. Keeping her identity a secret had turned out to work in his favor after all. As long as no one knew who she was, she would be safe. The doors to the outside opened slowly. Emmanuel jumped back and proceeded to the bars of his cell to see who it was. 2 dark hooded figures approached him. "Who's there?" he asked, on guard. "Emmanuel, are you here?" A feminine voice spoke. "Cynthia? Cynthia, is that you?" he said. "Shh, we're here to get you out," she whispered. They removed their hoods. Balthazar was with her.
The Coven has decided you'll be banished from Varinia and live out eternity as a vagabond. Balthazar said, "You are to be released 2 weeks ago, but the Queen will not let you go. I don't know what secret you have against her, but that's the reason for your continued captivity." The guards had wrapped Emmanuel in a vest that gave him an electric shock every hour to keep him from using his strengths to burst out of his confinement. "Where is everyone else?" he asked. "Gone, scattered about the Shadowlands. Dragoius is gone. I'm the only female that escaped," Cynthia said sadly. His eyes burned red. "They'll pay for this. Get me out of here." "Wait, there's something pressing we have to tell you," Cynthia told him. "Go on." "I found out who your mate is. She risked her life by venturing out to the Shadowlands. Luckily, I discovered her when 3 dagger wolves had cornered her deep in the forest. I saved her and took her to the underground bunker you had me build. I don't know how to tell you this, Emmanuel, but she's pregnant with your child. She gave birth in that bunker a month ago. I returned her to Hymen 2 weeks ago, and she was mated with the man named Bruce. You're a father, Emmanuel. I don't know how a human and vampire could have a child together, but it happened. It's a girl. She shares many of your features, and her hair is a bright pink. She's beautiful. I've never seen anyone like her." Emmanuel's eyes watered, and he dropped to his knees. He couldn't believe it. He was a father. "I have to get to her. Get me out of here. I can't believe I wasn't there for her," he cried out. Balthazar unlocked the cell and tore the vest from Emmanuel. They wrapped him in a black cloak and ferried him out of the confinement center. Balthazar stayed behind in Varinia, while Cynthia, the only person to know Amy's identity, accompanied Emmanuel to Hymen. Emmanuel instructed Cynthia to take a data storage device, one that contained an interactive holographic projection of himself, to his bunker, and then meet him in the neutral territory. On his way back to the ruined kingdom of Dragoius, she tried to find Nativ and a few others, but most had gone into hiding. And it was better that way. With Dragoius gone, it was much too risky having everyone together. When she returned, they made their way to Hymen. As they approached, they saw Amy just outside the neutral territory, holding her child and singing the song she sang the night Emmanuel had first seen her. His vampire heart nearly exploded inside of his chest. In seconds, he was by her side. "Amy," he whispered. She turned around and saw his blooming smile as it glowed in the moonlight sky. "Emmanuel!" she screamed, embracing him. "I thought you were dead!" she cried. "I will never leave your side again, I promise," he said passionately. He gazed at the child in her arms and fell in love instantly. "Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant the last time I saw you?" "I didn't know I was pregnant. My belly didn't extend at all, nor did I miss a period. I gave birth only 4 months after the last time we made love. It's a miracle, Emmanuel." He held out his arms, and Amy handed her over. The child smiled at him, with her short pink hair and tiny fangs. "What's her name?" he asked. Amy grinned. "I haven't given her one yet." He brushed the child's hair and kissed her forehead. "Then I will do the honor. Kira. Her name will be Kira." "Beautiful," she said proudly. "I understand you mated with Bruce," he said with jealousy. He handed baby Kira back to Amy. "Yes, I had no choice. We haven't touched each other, if that's what you're wondering. He's carrying on an affair with the monarch's daughter. You need not worry about him," she reassured. "You two are beautiful together. Let me take a picture," said Cynthia. The two stood close together as Cynthia took a crystal from her necklace. Smile. With a flash, their picture appeared out of the crystal. For you, she said, handing it to Amy. Listen, my love, we need to get out of here. I constructed a house for us on the outskirts of the Shadowlands, just in case things didn't go as planned. I drew up a map, he said, and took it out of his right pocket. He placed it in Kira's blanket. Gather what you need and meet me here as soon as possible. I will not have you mated with someone else. We'll be safe where we're going. Without question, Amy agreed. She planted a wet kiss on his cheek and headed to her house to collect what she needed. She turned back to him just as she was leaving. I love you, she said, and in the next seconds, a Hyman guardsman ambushed her. Vampires! Shouted one of the guards, before shooting both Emmanuel and Cynthia with a paralyzing sturm. The monarch, Blathen Cummings, had been alerted. The vampires fell to the ground, shaking violently. Amy broke free from the guard's grasp and ran to Emmanuel. She dropped to her knees and wrapped one arm around him. What did you do to him? She screamed. The guards took the child from her arms and dragged Amy away. Amen! She screamed, kicking and fighting. Fraternizing between human and vampires is strictly forbidden, shouted the monarch. What did you do to him? She said defiantly. Blathen smiled. I've had our scientists develop a weapon against these blood-sucking parasites. It's a serum that immobilizes them temporarily. If a cooling ever happens again, we'll be ready. But you, Amy? You have been mated to Bruce Dunnings, and you have a child together. I suggest you focus on that, and not the fate of some bloodsucker. Blathen didn't know that the child was not of Bruce's bloodline, and for her own safety and the child's safety, she was going to keep it that way. You better not hurt him, she warned. Blathen laughed. Oh, so you care about that monster? Well, I guess you can have a front row seat to his death. He bawled with a hint of amusement. What do you mean? You can't. I mean, I'm going to kill those two vagabond bloodsuckers. The sun will be coming up within the hour. They're already tied to a post just outside. We'll send a message to the other vagabonds who dare to enter our lands. Crying, Amy lunged at him but was stopped by Bruce. You would attack your monarch? Blathen smiled. You don't know what you're doing. He's not a vagabond. He's Emmanuel Laskar. Silence her, he said, cutting her off. See to it that she has a front row view of that vagabond's death. I want to see the pain in her eyes. She will learn once and for all why humans do not consort with bloodsuckers. You'll regret this, Blathen. On my life, you will fucking regret this. Take her outside, he said, ignoring her threats. The serum had done a number on them. Weary and unable to see straight, they opened their eyes and gazed beyond the horizon, where the sun was making its way across the neutral territory. Guards surrounded them, as did a crowd of people. Emmanuel focused his eyes and saw Amy sitting in front of him, her face dripping with tears. His strength was gone, as the serum had neutralized his gifts. Amy, what's going on? Your death is what's going on, bloodsucker, Blathen injected. As Emmanuel's sight came more into focus, he saw that they had Amy strapped to a chair, her hands and legs bound. Even as a vagabond, you should know the law. Humans and vampires are forbidden to interact, let alone develop feelings for one another. Consider this a warning to your kind and payback for all the people we were forced to send to the offering, he said. One of the guards, standing behind Emmanuel and Cynthia, gagged them both. His muffled cries for Amy made her tears flow like a river. Don't do this, you fool. He's Emmanuel Laskar de Font. He saved people from the offering, she shouted, in hopes Blathen would listen to reason. The eyes of everyone in attendance lit up. "Is that true?" asked one of the guards. "She lies. She's trying to save this bloodsucker she developed feelings for," countered Blathen. "It's the truth, goddammit," she yelled. "One more word from you, vampire lover, and I'll gag you." The sun rose higher in the sky. Cynthia looked at Emmanuel, shell-shocked. They couldn't believe this was the way it was going to end. His piercing gaze met Amy's. He shook his head, pleading with her to look away, but she would not. Horror had engulfed her soul from the fear of losing him like this. "This is quite the predicament you've gotten yourself into, Emmanuel," a voice said, echoing in his mind. It was the Count of Aureus, locked in his mind thought. The Count was able to make contact with Emmanuel after having sampled what was left of his blood in their laboratory. "Count? Why are you in my head? I took the last of your blood we had and used it to find you. I never thought you'd be in a situation like this. I'm going to die. Yes, you are. I would put an end to this, but it's daylight. There's nothing we can do. Why don't you get in contact with the council here and have them stop this?" "I already have." No one answered. "I informed the Queen of what's happening. Blathen will answer for this, I promise you. We'll also be confiscating that serum he created. No human should be in possession of such a weapon. I want you to know I've never had ill feelings towards you. Emmanuel, I always considered you a colleague, which is why I had no qualms about my maid obsessing over you. It's a real shame you had Switham take your place. I promised someone I would never allow another woman to have me. Yes, I know. You're in love. I could sense it. None of that matters now. The sun is coming, and I'll die here with the Queen's secret, just as she wanted. I know Queen Mireya's secret, Emmanuel. I caught her in the act. She made me her right hand in exchange for keeping my mouth shut. Besides, we need each other. You, the Queen, my mate, and I must merge our bloodlines. We intend to create the next emperor, who will rule all 9 kingdoms and Varinia. With your strength, my power coupled with Mireya's gifts, we will give birth to the most powerful vampire who has ever lived. That's why she stole your DNA to create your daughters. This was our plan from the beginning. You should be proud. Your grandchild will sit at the head of all tables and rule. That was never my ambition. I understand that. Just thought you should know. And since you are about to meet your end, I suppose I could give you a final parting gift. Would you like to know why romantic love is forbidden? Yes, tell me. Well, love, true love, cures people from their vampirism. That's why it was outlawed. Markanday I discovered this when couples began to fall in love and revert to their human state. This was all about keeping the Coven in power. As vampires, we are strong. Markanday and the Coven agreed the time of man was over. Thus, they concealed all knowledge of this and suppressed romantic love as much as they could. Humans live and they die. We vampires, however, live on forever. We must not revert to our weak human selves. And that's it. Now you know. Love is the cure for our immortality. You will take this knowledge to your grave. Die well, Emmanuel. The Count's voice vanished in his mind. Emmanuel now understood clearly. Amy was the reason his heart had begun to beat. Her love was trying to save him. Amy broke her right arm free from the bondage and tried to free her other arm, but one of the guards restrained her again. "Make sure she watches," shouted Blathen. The guard took Amy's head and forced her eyes onto Emmanuel. The sun made its way over the last of the trees and stoned down on the both of them. Emmanuel closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Amy's screams could be heard across the neutral territory as he and Cynthia slowly faded to nothing. Amy finally broke free and ran over to him, then dug her hands into the burning ash that used to be her lover. She collapsed on the ground, having fainted from heartbreak. Epilogue. Emmanuel was gone. However, not all was lost. He had set things in motion that would ensure his will would be done, even if his life had ended. With Kira and the information he left her in the bunker of Jagoius, the Coven would fall. The open air blew his ashes away. Amy came to and pushed herself up into her knees. With nothing but ash at her feet, the only thing she could do was sing the song her love had grown to love so much.
My sweet little prince, come to me now. You are my one and only. Come to me now. In the soft meadows of fog, we will be together again. Vampire nor human shall keep us apart. On this day we will win. Come to me now, my sweet little prince. I'm waiting for you, everlasting forever in a day with this kiss. Love may be forbidden, but our passion cannot be. Together we will run away, if only you can see. Our love will break the boundaries and the walls that separate you and me. My sweet little prince, come to me now and take me. I love you now, always, my Amen.